World's tough right now. Maybe it's all uphill from here.
Online content creators will often have a happy and positive facade, with little knowing just how much inner turmoil they're facing, until it's too late. One example of this would be Reckful, who we'll discuss in depth today.
Byron Daniel Bernstein, better known as Reckful, was born on May 8, 1989 in Tel Aviv, Israel. When he turned 2, his family moved to Los Angeles, California, where he grew up. Like many others, Reckful's brother introduced him to the fascinating world of video games early in his life. When he was only 4, his oldest brother, Guy, allowed him to play Doom, which appears to be the first game he ever played. During this period, Byron also played the SNES for the first time, where he fell in love with Secret of Mana, with it eventually becoming his all-time favorite. But not everything was so ideal in the young boy's life. When Reckful was 6, Guy ended his own life by overdosing on antidepressants, after a long struggle with his mental health. As a result of the brother's unfortunate passing, the young man's life changed forever, with effects so profound that one's left to wonder how differently things could have been if he hadn't undergone such a horrific tragedy. Ever since then, Byron battled with depression throughout his life, and was eventually diagnosed with type 2 bipolar, a form of the disorder marked by hypomania and major depression. At 16, his poor mental state got the better of him, and he attempted to end his life as well. Thankfully, he survived, but the cognitive anguish remained. He saw many therapists over the following years, and his family barred him from taking SSRIs because they feared he would meet the same grim fate as Guy. Despite his hardships, Reckful found solace in the gaming realm. In 1999, he had his initial experience with a massive multiplayer online game, which he quickly became infatuated with, as it would be the genre that set the stage for his future online career. The first MMO Byron played was Asheron's Call. This game was centered around combat and in turn fighting other players. One could label themselves a player killer or PK, meaning they could strike any other PK, and once this happened, a duel between them could commence. Byron identified as a PK and rapidly became the MMO's most revered player. No one was a match for him as he easily beat all he chose to engage. Throughout middle and high school, the game was Byron's fixation, and had a tremendous impact on his teenage years. But all good things must come to an end, and Asheron's Call was losing steam by the mid-2000s. However, his real life was looking up as he began dating his first girlfriend around this time, Jenna, who would play a key role during his life and eventual streaming career. While Asheron's Call may have lost relevance, something even better was waiting for Byron. In 2004, Blizzard Entertainment released the immensely popular World of Warcraft, and this game rocked the teenager's world. It had many new features and content, making the previous MMO he had played look like amateurs developed it by comparison. Yet Byron wasn't immediately captivated by WoW. The first time the young man played, he quit once he reached level 30 because he found the in-game quest to be too dull. But 3 years later, Byron gave it a second chance when a buddy gifted him an account. This new profile was named Reckful, a moniker that would soon become iconic. Byron's friends purchased him a copy of the game because something piqued his interest. It was the new Arena game mode, a player versus player experience akin to Asheron's Call. When Byron first dipped his toes into this intense game, his playstyle had a unique flair as he honed in on dominating his foes with many innovative and extravagant methods, making him successful almost immediately. The first season Byron played, he managed to earn himself the coveted Rank 1 title, and soon after, this was a regular occurrence for the godlike player. At this time, an achievement like this was practically unheard of, and the breakneck speed at which he accomplished this made it even more impressive to onlookers. A former WoW blog known as World of Ming also took notice of Reckful's insane talent, and users began blogging about the rising star, where they called him the Golden Child. The post on this site caught the eye of two notable WoW arena players, Soda and Venruki. These two individuals played for Complexity Gaming, a leading esports organization. Around this period, the org had a vacant spot on their WoW team, and they desperately needed a new player, so they decided to bring Byron on for a trial run, especially since the internet was abuzz about how good at the game he was. Once he completed his test, the team couldn't believe what they had witnessed, and with that, they officially brought Byron on board. Complexity's decision signaled the start of Reckful's legendary esports career. Dallas was his first one, and the group landed themselves in third place. During 2009 to 2011, the crew amassed multiple top 3 placements and even once got first place in a 2010 DC competition, where they won $9,000. Through these events, the public got their initial taste at Byron's personality, seeing as how his contract with Complexity prohibited him from uploading content to his YouTube channel. Complexity would post his WoW videos to their account instead, and this worked wonders for their organization. The first was uploaded in 2010 and titled Reckful 1 Shadow Dance, which eventually became one of the most viral WoW videos online. This skyrocketed Reckful's internet fame and allowed him to become one of Warcraft's most mainstream figures. Given its unprecedented success, Byron took it upon himself to follow the video up with 2 more, Reckful 2 in 2010 and Reckful 3 in 2011. Both were instant hits, and they worked to further the gamer's popularity. But this ultimately didn't matter to Byron. His biggest concern was always his performance in the tournaments, since they weren't frequently hosted, so he had to make each opportunity count. Of these events, the most significant was BlizzCon, and the scrappy gamer was determined to make it there by all means. As stated by the popular WoW content creator Asmongold,
it's the WoW players' version of the Super Bowl.
However, to receive an invitation to the esteemed convention, a team must place in the top 8 on the Arena tournament realm. If this happens, they qualify for the Battle.net Invitational, and the top 2 teams here move on to BlizzCon. Luckily for Byron and his squad, they knocked it out of the park at the Arena tournament realm with a first place spot. Unfortunately, Reckful's teammates couldn't attend the Invitational for unknown reasons. Consequently, he had to create a new team to progress to the con. Additionally, he had to place in the top 8 in the tournament again with his new squad. Thankfully, in what seemed like a miracle at the time, Byron formed the perfect team, and they proceeded to the 2011 North American Battle.net Invitational. After having various hard-fought battles with different opposing teams, Byron and his squad lost in the final round. The players' hopes of attending BlizzCon were gone in one fell swoop, and Reckful would live with this burden for years. In a 2018 stream, he recounted the brutal blunder and broke down in tears.
I actually remember, like, I had this really sad face on when I had to, like, Azale comes and, like, shakes my hand, and Sidu, and, like, they're all smiling, and I'm just like, I'm like this. It was really sad. I wanted to win it so bad. I didn't even know I had emotions to this. That's crazy.
Following this crippling loss, Reckful chose to quit playing in WoW tournaments. Despite this decision, this wasn't the end of his career though. In mid-2012, he started streaming on the up-and-coming website Twitch, and was immediately graced with thousands of viewers per stream, sometimes even peaking at 10,000 concurrent watchers. Most of his streams consisted of WoW Arena gameplay, although people didn't solely tune in for the game. They were interested in seeing Byron's joyful personality and genuine passion for World of Warcraft. The audience also appreciated his intelligence and, above all else, how transparent he was with the public. He wasn't reluctant to share his true thoughts and feelings regarding any subject. Given his open nature, Byron introduced his longtime girlfriend Jenna to his fans. The couple had been together since high school, and she was present every step of the way during Byron's esports and streaming career. When Jenna first appeared in Reckful streams, viewers quickly enjoyed her presence, and she played a prominent role in keeping the streamer's life balanced. While many labeled Byron an ingenious Warcraft player, he was also considered an innovative streamer. When he started on Twitch, the only way to make money was through subscriptions. In a stroke of genius though, Byron developed an improved revenue stream. The concept was simple. He linked his PayPal and promoted the audience to donate directly to the account instead of subscribing to his channel. In return, the donator's name and message temporarily appeared on the screen. This is now an industry standard. With such a genius money-making process in place, at his peak, Byron earned over $30,000 per month. This was an extraordinary amount of cash for a streamer at the time, and Rechtful used his money responsibly and invested it into the stock market to grow his profits. Byron often included other noteworthy WoW players in his broadcasts, but none of these collaborations were as iconic as those he did with Mitch Jones. Rechtful and his friends began rapidly growing their audiences, as Twitch streamers started garnering more recognition from the public. Soon after, Byron and his friends got the chance to move to a house together in Austin, Texas, courtesy of Skill Capped, a notable gaming organization. On one hand, the move marked a remarkable milestone in Rechtful's streaming career because it proved he could play WoW for a living. On the other, moving to another state came with a huge problem, as Jenna couldn't move in with him. Despite this challenge, many OG fans fondly remember this era of content. He even drunkenly proposed to Jenna during this time.
Jenna? I have a question.
What is that?
In 2 years, when I'm finished with here and with that book I have to write,
Oh no.
and you're finished with school,
Yes.
will you marry me?
Oh my god. Duh.
But inevitably, things had to change. Byron had been consistently streaming WoW for over a year and was eager to find a new game. Enter Hearthstone, Blizzard's at the time latest release. In August 2013, the card game's beta dropped, and Byron found his new calling. Given the game's dependency on strategy, Hearthstone and Rechtful were a match made in heaven. Fundamentally, the game is easy to understand. A player duels against another, with each of them possessing a deck of cards which each have their own unique properties. Byron became immensely enthralled with the world of Hearthstone to the point where he'd play it more than WoW. Months later, in November, Blizzard invited him to the Innkeeper's Invitational. This tournament would take place at none other than BlizzCon. With such a massive loss only 2 years before, Byron finally earned himself a spot at the prestigious convention. He could finally redeem himself and take home a much-desired BlizzCon win. But sadly, many things in life don't pan out in one's favor, and this was no exception. Byron lost to Kripparrian, one of Hearthstone's most famous streamers, all because of an oversight. You see, the two professional gamers were locked in brutal combat. While Krip took the lead, Rechtful could have turned things around with the remaining cards in his deck, but he failed to notice this opportunity, resulting in a crushing defeat. After this, he stopped streaming for months until his return on January 5th, 2014, which truly put into perspective how soul-crushing his loss was for him. As it turned out, Rechtful left the skill-capped house and moved into another home months after his return. Following this, Byron's life, reputation, and career would slowly but surely decline. On a stream in the summer of 2014, Rechtful invited a female streamer named Morbor Please or Michelle as a guest. While inebriated, the two had their hands on each other in a way viewers deemed inappropriate. And this wasn't even the first time something like this occurred. As it turns out, live incidents like these with Michelle happened numerous times. At this point, Jenna was engaged to Byron and still working towards her degree. But the pair were in an open relationship, and the streamer used this as a defense when viewers confronted him on his questionable behavior. Jenna publicly approved of Byron's relationship with Michelle and claimed to have no issues with it. However, the audience didn't think the same way, with many fans uneasy about the integrity of Rechtful's moral compass. Nevertheless, certain aspects of Byron's life were going very well. His pockets were getting full as he was making great returns on his investments, and he was consistently one of the largest Hearthstone streamers despite his long hiatus. He even continued frequently streaming WoW until an unexpected problem surfaced. A Rechtful fan lent him his maxed out Paladin account to play Arena, and seeing as how Byron never got to experience this class, he took the opportunity with zero hesitation. Little did he know that this decision would land him in Blizzard's crosshairs. They perceived Rechtful's actions as a terms of service violation, and consequently handed him a WoW lifetime ban. Once Byron realized he had his favorite game unfairly stripped away, he was distraught, going on a rant on Twitter and debating Blizzard's customer service. Blizzard took away one of Byron's most prized possessions in a split second, and many onlookers felt that the gaming giant's reaction to this situation was unwarranted. The viewer who handed him the account got away scot-free, while Reckful had to endure a permanent suspension. Predictably, the audience was furious, and there were countless pleas for Blizzard to lift the ban. In the grand scheme of things, this may seem like a minor setback to some, but things only worsened for Byron from here on out. In late January 2015, mere weeks after his tragic ban, Reckful attended PAX South, a Texas gaming convention. At the event, Byron streamed H1Z1 and had a nice time while interacting with passers-by. But eventually, a con attendee caught the attention of Reckful's chat. This person was a woman wearing a Link costume, and the audience asked Byron to bring her on the stream. He did just that, and she came over. This moment marked his first interaction with Blue, and they immediately hit it off. She stuck around and spoke for a bit with Reckful and his viewers. The duo even exchanged small pecks on the lips, and she left the stream shortly thereafter. As he was about to end the broadcast, Blue came back where they talked a bit longer, and he kissed her again, this time much more passionately. It was clear to onlookers that something was developing very quickly right before their eyes, and once he wrapped up the stream, Byron spent the rest of his day with Blue. Like the previous affairs with Michelle, Reckful caught a lot of flack for his intimate interactions with the cosplayer, and fans questioned his morals once again. He was also subsequently labeled a cheater, and many tweeted "Rip Jenna" as they believed that this signaled the end of their long-term relationship. Worst of all was Byron's attitude throughout this ordeal, as many fans believed he seemed indifferent. Despite his nonchalant attitude, Jenna seemed to take the situation much more seriously, ending their relationship. It also hurt his public image, in addition to a decline in viewership. What the audience was unaware of was that Byron had become dissatisfied with his long-distance relationship. He saw their separation as an inevitability. But again, since Byron never shared his true feelings about his relationship with his fans, they were left with an incredibly sour taste in their mouths. To add insult to injury, Reckful made one of the worst decisions in Twitch history and chose to speak to Jenna on stream following their heated breakup. As expected, it was a tormenting ordeal for the former couple and the 10,000 viewers watching.
I was under the impression that we were moving in together in the summer. I had my heart set on that. I was told that multiple times. I was told multiple times that you were done with all the girls, you were done with all the bullshit, you were ready to do this with me, and then I had to find out through Twitch that you're dating some girl that you met 2 weeks ago, and the worst part is that you didn't even have the decency to tell me.
After this incident, more fans turned on Byron, and his fragile reputation sank even lower. As aforementioned, Jenna was a very liked individual by the community, and since he had broken up with her to get with Blue instead, they despised this new lover. They saw her as the reason the beloved pair was torn apart, and weren't afraid to vocalize these opinions. This constant barrage of hate aimed at Blue deeply wounded Reckful, and he loathed the controversy surrounding his new romance. Subsequently, drama would follow Byron at every turn to the point where it became unavoidable. The mental anguish caused by this would inevitably become too much for him to handle, and so he chose to take another break in the hopes of recovering. After some time off, Reckful claimed he had felt much better and was ready to get back in the saddle again, with a promise that he would do his best to evade drama at all costs this time around. Yet his attempts were in vain, as he would land himself in controversy soon after his return. In a Hearthstone tournament, Byron showed a profound lack of professionalism in the eyes of the community. While commentating, he swore, made vulgar references, and flat out ignored one of the other commentators when he was speaking to him.
Everyone will play every other team at least once. Or just once. I think that's the guaranteed round robin play. Okay. Well, Reckful's kind of preoccupied, I guess, right now answering.
Oh, sorry.
In response, the Tormentor holder commented, "Casting today obviously didn't work out as expected. We really appreciate the feedback from the community. Immediate actions will be taken to rectify this. We offer our sincere apologies and will keep working on constantly improving." All this consistent negative press encompassed Byron's online presence and had an undesirable effect on his audience. His content began attracting the wrong crowd, only interested in the contentious facets of his career, and made everything in his life a spectacle for others to gossip about. This new toxic fanbase made the end of his relationship with Blue considerably harder. In October 2015, the couple split, and Blue went on a Twitter rant where she spouted all kinds of awful things about her ex. She tagged Jenna in many of these tweets, and this marked another event in Reckful's life that took a toll on his mental well-being. But Byron found himself embroiled in another controversy soon after this separation. At this time, Reckful had lost his place as the #1 Hearthstone streamer on Twitch. The former King's Throne had been claimed by a fellow creator, Masan SC. Byron took issue with his fame since, as it turns out, Masan's popularity was anything but legitimate.
Looks like Masan is just dominating the Twitch TV scene. 16,000 viewers. Masan's firing shots. How can he fire shots at me? I wonder what he says when he fires shots. What does he have to talk shit about? Damn, like, that guy doesn't view bot.
On stream, Reckful exposed the Hearthstone streamer for view botting. Viewers were split on their opinions of Byron following this revelation. While some believed he had delivered justice to a cheater, others found his motivations purely selfish, as they saw this as a petty act against someone who had surpassed him. Once Reckful called out Masan, the two had a public argument, and the latter failed to admit any wrongdoing. Nonetheless, his foe eventually faced the music as Twitch terminated his account for an infraction on their terms of service in late April 2016. He was also removed from Cloud9, the esports organization he had partnered with following his permanent suspension. At the same time as his competitor's downfall, his streams were improving. Mitch Jones, one of Reckful's best friends and fellow streamer, was frequently coming on Byron's show. Together, they made what many fans dubbed the most hilarious content on the site. They had a lot of trust in each other, but their friendship was anything but flawless. Mitch was an occasionally erratic and thoughtless person, making decisions that would negatively impact his friend's career. One such case was when Blue and Reckful began reconciling their broken relationship in early 2016. As an act of kindness and appreciation, Byron purchased Blue a new $30,000 sedan, and since he knew better at this point, he kept this on the down low, only sharing this information with his circle of friends, which included Mitch. But Mr. Jones decided to betray Byron's trust by publicly divulging his knowledge in a bizarre way. While freestyle rapping, Mitch revealed that Reckful had purchased Blue a car, and the audience quickly caught on.
500 for my blues dice. I got Blue a car, she going out to Cali.
They began relentlessly spamming "bought Blue a car" nonstop. Despite Mitch's mistake, Byron wasn't upset at him as he believed it was most likely a slip-up. Unfortunately, Jones's error led to many headaches for Reckful as he was at the heart of Twitch controversy yet again. Fans weren't going to let him live this one down, and they would spam chat with messages about the vehicle every time Byron was live.
Beep beep the Jubon mage.
Everybody chill.
Nonetheless, a new year was on the horizon, and it was going to be one of the most chaotic in the streamer's life. 2016 was when Byron stepped out from his comfort zone by making new kinds of content and expanding his reach. A considerable factor in this was Pokemon Go's release. When the mobile game dropped, it was an instant hit. Practically everyone on the planet was playing it. Twitch streamers were no exception. Reckful was one of the many who hopped on the bandwagon, and this propelled his growth once again. He was bringing in tens of thousands of viewers per stream, even pulling 50,000 plus at his peak. Reckful was dominating the streaming scene, and these broadcasts allowed viewers to form a deeper connection with him. Surprisingly, one of the people to show up in these live shows was Jenna, leaving many shocked that she chose to return after her terrible fallout with Byron. Apparently, the two had made amends behind the scenes in the years following their very public breakup. Regardless, the mobile game's wide popularity allowed Byron to reach a new audience and provided the viewers and creator alike with something fresh to play. But the game's incredible success was short-lived, as viewers soon lost interest as the summer drew to a close. But Pokemon Go's fade didn't deter the streamer from experimenting with his content, as he'd regularly collaborate with creators outside of his community. He was having a blast with his fans, but it wasn't without issues. Around this time, Byron was planning to visit Blue, and he made the regretful decision to share his plans with Mitch. He ignored Byron's wishes to keep it a secret and slyly disclosed his friend's whereabouts on stream, roping him into controversy yet again.
I mean, I was asleep all day because I've been pretty emo.
Gave you one last time.
I don't know, man. That really pissed me off. Every time I talk to him about it, he's like, "Dog, I was just being funny, you know?" But I feel like there's being funny, and then there's being funny while making your friend look like a total asshole and not saying you were joking.
Mitch's actions rubbed Byron the wrong way, and he felt betrayed. While Mitch eventually claimed this was simply a joke, the trust between the two shattered, and their friendship was never the same. In fact, it would soon come to an end. At this point, Mitch was dating a girl named Myra, and like him, she flocked to ignite or be involved in drama. Reckful detested Mitch's new lover and had a public controversy with her, which left Jones in between a rock and a hard place. The couple eventually called it quits, or at least that's what Reckful thought. Mitch told Byron he was traveling to see his father. In reality, though, was actually visiting Myra. While the two were out on a date, they were spotted by a mutual friend of the group. Once he saw the duo, he immediately texted Byron about their location, and Mitch flew off the handle, ordering the person who caught them to go home and remove the text from Reckful's phone before he awakened. Byron inevitably discovered what was happening and finally decided to cut ties with Mitch as he felt he could no longer trust his former ally.
Some people might think I'm just trying to stir up drama, but actually I'm just trying to get out of it. I don't want to be friends maybe with people from Twitch anymore. I thought we were just chilling, having a good time all the time, but I don't think he's really my friend.
The sour conclusion of their friendship forever shaped how Reckful perceived those around him, as he became increasingly paranoid about the intentions of those close to him. With this change, the streamer finally liberated himself from the onlookers who only cared about controversy. At the end of 2016, Twitch launched a new streaming category on their platform, IRL. This update permitted streamers to explore a whole new world of content with their audiences, and Byron took full advantage of this.
God damn it, I forgot
when
to put
2016
recon
came
on
rolling around,
Fuck.
Reckful began primarily doing real-life streams, and they were an instant hit with his viewers. He got up to all sorts of hijinks on these broadcasts, and things got even crazier when he began traveling around the globe, starting with Japan. One of the aspects of this content that viewers found the most entertaining was all the people he met along the way, including his fans, and these types of streams became commonplace on Byron's channel throughout the rest of the year, overshadowing any gaming content. He was clearly loving every second of these experiences, and so were the viewers. But towards the end of the year, Reckful took a month-long hiatus before returning in early 2018. Upon his reappearance, Byron had some amazing news to share. He announced he started dating a girl named Becca, whom he met while doing karaoke in Japan. As it so happened, she was also a Twitch streamer herself, and she regularly showed up in Byron's broadcasts. At this time, he also commenced a new show called Tea Time with Byron. This talk show featured a unique guest on each episode, and while this was by no means revolutionary, it proved that Reckful still enjoyed trying out new things. He wanted to avoid getting stale at all costs. This same year, Byron began cooking up something even more special, and this project would be the most daunting by far. As he tweeted out on June 30th, "Maybe it's possible to make a complex game with only viewer devs. Everyone working on it gets a revenue share in the game. Would have a few smart fellas I trust screen everyone." Below this tweet was a link to his Discord server. He followed up the next day. "This somehow actually happened, and the game is being made. My mind is blown. The internet is amazing." In this initial phase, it was unknown how the game would function. However, just like the stream donations, Byron was pioneering something new. His development team would solely consist of viewers, and it seemed unlikely that anything would ever come of this, given Twitch chat's immature nature. And in the following months, Reckful continued his travel broadcast with other influencers like Andy Milanakis and Greek God X until the year was wrapping up, and Byron took another lengthy break. Around the time of his reemergence many months later, Reckful had an exciting update about this game. He could finally show the world his magnum opus, Everland. The project was an MMO similar to Club Penguin. The graphics were in the style of a 2D Pokemon game, and the composer of Reckful's favorite game, The Secret of Mana, made the music for the creation. But while it seemed to outsiders like Reckful's life couldn't get any better, deep down he was struggling with a plethora of mental health issues. As stated earlier, his brother's death took a massive toll on him, leaving a lasting scar that never fully went away. Despite his success, Byron could never overcome the destructive effects of Guy's passing even all these years later. For his entire life, Byron had to fight his inner demons by himself. Many of his stream hiatuses were fueled by his profound depression, as he felt he couldn't entertain people while being in such a rough headspace. On some occasions, Byron even went as far as getting rid of his Twitch channel because of a lack of confidence. As time went on, viewers witnessed Reckful's steady mental decline, including uncontrollable mood swings and lengthy periods of depression that progressively drained him of any energy to entertain. During his darkest times, Dr. K of Healthy Gamer GG, a notable psychiatrist and Twitch streamer, came to his aid. On a set of extensive and public streams in late 2019 and early 2020, the two meticulously chatted about Byron's depression and other parts of his life, such as his past trauma, family, loneliness, low self-esteem, and other topics. Following these cathartic conversations, Reckful exhibited signs of improvement and happiness, crediting his betterment to Dr. K. At the start of 2020, Byron uploaded a video titled, "Reckful is no longer depressed for the first time in 16 years, where he discussed how content he was with his current psychological state. But this new outlook on life would tragically be short-lived. Regardless of his strides with his mental health and the upcoming release of Everland, Reckful continued to suffer. At the beginning of the pandemic, Byron was back to talking about his undesirable feelings until July, when everything culminated in one irreversible decision. On the 2nd, at 8:25 a.m. EST, Reckful tweeted, "I know I'll always be a little too crazy, and this is proof, but at least you'll never be bored. Will you marry me, Becca? Do not make her feel pressured to say yes. I am completely insane here. I have not seen her in 6 months. The reason for the post is I know she's the one I want forever, and I wanted her to know my commitment is real." Soon after, he said, I feel bad for anyone who has to deal with my insanity. Please just know in these situations, the insane person does not feel in control of their actions." That was the final post Byron ever made. Those were his last words to his followers. A few short hours later, Blue went to Twitter to cryptically post about a recent traumatic event. I'm at a loss right now. Something I've been scared of happening for so long happened. I can't stop crying. It's so painful. Please no. Someone I loved killed themselves. I wish I could have said something to prevent it. Why? This was followed up by a tweet from another friend. No, Blue's Twitter account isn't hacked, and Byron's roommate has confirmed it. It is true. Fuck everything about this year. Later, Blue tweeted, "Byron, I wish I could have helped you. We all do. I'm so sorry I couldn't. Thank you for being a part of my life. Love you always." It was true. Reckful had done the unthinkable and ended his own life at the age of 31. Most who knew him were always worried that this day would come, and thus were horrified to see their worst nightmare come to fruition. Following Blue's string of tweets, Becca dropped a statement in the form of a twit longer. "He taught me how to have fun, to experience more, and challenged me to try to be more than what I was. He was larger than life. Too big for this world. We need better support for those with mental needs." I remember Byron telling me how traumatized he was when he had the authorities called on him for being at risk of suicide. Anyone who knew him knew how much it scared and affected him. My heart hurts. I'm sure many of yours do as well. Byron just wanted everyone to be friends. So let's be that for each other during these difficult times. I will do my best to live as the best human I can be. Byron, I promise. Rest in peace. Most saddening was the brief tweet made by his older brother. "My baby brother Byron is gone. Rest in peace. He left in a similar way as my older brother Guy. I've no siblings left. If you have stories and pictures of him, please share them." Lastly, Jenna tweeted, "Byron struggled with suicidal depression for most of his life. The only thing consoling me right now is that he is no longer trapped inside his mind. He was the most unique person I've ever met. I love you so much, Shmoo." More importantly, she opened a GoFundMe that would cover the funeral expenses, which raised over $60,000. While an act like this shouldn't cause problems, it sure did. Many wondered why a wealthy streamer's wake would need fundraising, and some accused Jenna of scamming donors. However, she cleared the air by stating, "Nothing is going to me. I went up to his parents' house today and connected it directly to his parents' bank account. His father stopped working in 1995, when his older brother committed suicide. They are currently living off their savings, which isn't much. Also, Byron didn't have tons like you think. Everything went to Everland. It costs a lot to pay for the work that goes into that game. My conscience is clear. It is my duty to take care of his parents now, and you know nothing about their finances." Aside from those closest to him, many fans, streamers, friends, and even the Twitch and WoW teams themselves paid their respects to the late content creator. The Warcraft team is greatly saddened to learn of the passing of one of the most memorable WoW players of all time. Rest in peace, Byron Wreckful Bernstein. We extend our sincerest condolences to Byron's family, friends, and his many fans around the world.
This is getting
In his
sad.
honor, thousands of WoW players hopped on the game to commemorate the fallen streamer. They came together at the Cathedral of Light and knelt to pay tribute to Byron. The next day, Dr. K spoke about Byron's demise on stream, and the psychiatrist broke down in tears when discussing how intensely affected he was by his suicide. A month after his death, Blizzard, the company who once banned Wreckful, cemented his legacy as one of WoW's greatest players. The developer added a rogue trainer NPC as part of the Shadowlands expansion. Players could find the character at the cathedral where they celebrated his life, and they could also interact with him. Blizzard's choice was incredibly well received by the community, as many saw it as a great way to memorialize Byron's impact on the game. Since the tragedy, Everland has seemingly been abandoned and perhaps even forgotten. However, while that may be the case for the game, the same can't be said for Byron. It's been over 3 years since he passed away, and his impact on the streaming space still lingers to this very day. He continues to be fondly remembered by those who cared about him while he was around, and it's unlikely he'll ever be forgotten, so long as his legacy lives on through his content.
I'd like to give a big shout out to the YouTuber Slush for inspiring today's video. And on top of that, any money made off AdSense will be going to the Jed Foundation. So with that, I think I'll end the video here. And until next time, thanks for watching.
The following program is rated TV MALV. It contains strong language and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences. Trilogy makes your PC a powerful tool.
And now they've even added an encyclopedia.
Awesome. I do my shopping at home, pay my bills.
And I can learn something new.
Prodigy now has a 21-volume electronic...
CBN's the only place to see Remington Steele.
I'm a man who enjoys impossible challenges.
It's one.
This morning, an earthquake at 4:31 West Coast time. Strong, jolting, and rumbling, it pushed its way through Southern California.
I also have to warn you as we begin this special report that what you're about to see almost defies description, and some of you may not want to watch it.
39 people in one house dead, and no one can explain why.
This is the body of the 20th victim found, a minister from Fairway, Kansas. It'll take a long time to get things back in shape. Some feel they never will.
The year is 2020. A woman and her husband move into a duplex, sharing the home with two other tenants, an elderly woman and her adult daughter. For the first few months, nothing seems out of the ordinary. In fact, they never see them, and not once do they interact. At least, until... This begins seemingly out of nowhere and appears to have no end in sight. Every single time they do this, their dog freaks out, causing their newborn to cry and causing the banging to only become worse. It's a constant back and forth dynamic, and things are quickly spiraling out of control. The cops aren't doing anything, the landlord is no help, and so at their wits' end, they take to reddit.com to air out their grievances and to seek advice. At 11:09 p.m. on September 13th of 2020, a redditor named Peaches and Glitter ventures to r/legal advice to make a post titled, "Delusional neighbor bangs on the shared wall when our baby cries, and nothing can be done about it?" It reads the following. I live in a duplex in Washington State with my husband and my son, who is only a few months old. My father-in-law owns half the duplex and is renting it to us, and the other half is owned by an older woman and her adult daughter. My father-in-law has known the women for over 15 years and told us before we moved in that the daughter was mentally ill and had strong delusions on occasion that caused trouble with the previous tenants. The last tenants apparently had to get a civil anti-harassment order placed against the daughter, but eventually moved out when the behaviors never stopped. Apparently the neighbor accused them of kidnapping and abusing their children, and even abusing their dogs. My husband and I brought our son home a few months ago, and we didn't have any issues with the neighbor until about 2 weeks ago. She has begun banging on and throwing things at the walls when our son cries. She screams at us as well, but I usually can't hear what she's actually saying. You know, over the screaming baby and the two dogs going absolutely ballistic because of the banging. It's absolute chaos, and it's made my postpartum anxiety so much worse. Every time the baby cries, I experience intense panic, waiting for the screaming and banging to start. We've called the non-emergency police line twice when I can't handle it anymore, and the first time they talked to her and she stopped doing it as often. Maybe once every 2 days. Tonight though, she's back at it and worse than ever. The air quality is so bad right now from the fires that I can't let the dogs out for long to stop them from barking, and the barking makes the baby cry harder, which makes the neighbor scream and pound on the walls harder. The officer I spoke with says we can try to get a civil anti-harassment order placed, but he knew for a fact that her behaviors never stopped after the last tenants tried that, and he said his unofficial advice would be to live somewhere else. Is that seriously my only option? We can't afford to move, but I can't keep living like this. Unfortunately, this post went largely unseen by anyone online, merely generating 40 upvotes and just 10 comments. One user named Lifeguard Ill suggested that the neighbor was merely banging on their wall because they were sick of the noise she was making. She's an owner, so you can't do anything. Your best solution is to properly insulate the wall against sound. From the other point of view, having a newborn baby in a shared dwelling is really shitty to your neighbors from the noise. Just as much as you don't like the pounding, your neighbors hate your crying noises and dogs barking. Maybe your neighbors can't handle the crying anymore. You should really look into soundproofing, or your neighbor could start calling animal control and CPS for all the noise you make. Stop blaming the neighbor when you're the one making all the noise. It's an interesting thought process. However, the perspective is entirely valid. They are responsible for half of this duplex, and there's really not much they can do about their distaste for a neighbor. As a matter of fact, that was largely the sentiment of those who did see her post. There's nothing she can do. And the matter was left at that. My first post never got much attention, but the outcome was pretty wild. Short version. In October of 2020, my husband and I were renting in a duplex, where my father-in-law owned the half that we lived in, and a separate family owned the other half. We brought our son home from the NICU in August, and towards the end of September, the neighbor started to pound on the shared wall if she could hear him cry. The pounding escalated over the next 2 months. The neighbor bought a megaphone to yell through the wall and threatened to rip us apart. She called us child predators, and she'd yell obscenities and threats until 3 or 4 in the morning. The police were called multiple times, yet nothing could be done about it. One officer told us, "I'm gonna kill you." See, it doesn't mean anything if I don't actually do it. The elderly mother hadn't been seen in several months, but requests for wellness checks were brushed off. The general advice that I got was that as renters, we couldn't do anything. It was also suggested that this was reasonable behavior since the crying baby was probably really annoying. Since my first post, we moved in with my grandmother for our safety. The neighbor ended up busting a softball-sized hole through the shared wall to scream at us and occasionally just stare at us. The smell that came out of the hole was indescribably bad. Our security cameras recorded her coming in my son's nursery window at around 2 a.m. almost daily, just staring and holding her cat. It took until the end of January for the police to be able to enter her property. And as it turned out, the elderly mother had been deceased since at least June, and the daughter had the corpse dressed in her Sunday best, rotting in a dead-bolted bedroom. The news article said the mother died from natural causes, and the daughter was taken to an inpatient psychiatric facility. I would be remiss if I didn't state the obvious, that fabricating stories online happens all the time and is remarkably simple to pull off. In the current online landscape, it almost seems like fake stories outweigh real ones by a large margin, incentivized by online notoriety and the pursuit of upvotes. There was something about this one though that seemed eerily specific. The premise was haunting, yet it seemed entirely legitimate. In January of 2021, authorities in the city of Richland, Washington made their way to the home of Peaches and Glitter in response to their 911 call. While there, they encounter a disgruntled 45-year-old woman named Angela Greiner through the hole she carved in their shared wall, and immediately notice an overwhelming odor. Because of this, they request to be let in to ensure everything there is okay, yet Greiner staunchly refused. For over a week, she wouldn't let a single soul in, no matter how hard law enforcement tried. However, what she was unaware of was that police were already in the process of obtaining a warrant, essentially permitting them access regardless of her consent. By February 4th, their warrant's granted, and so Richland PD returns and forces their way inside. And as expected from the revolting odor, the corpse of Griner's mother, a 67-year-old woman named Claudia Kinney, was rotting inside their locked bedroom. She reportedly died from pulmonary emphysema and was believed to have been decomposing inside that home for nearly 7 months. As stated by the OP, Griner was taken to an inpatient psychiatric facility, and since then, there have been no further updates on her status or whereabouts. The duplex, to this day, still stands, yet now bears a reputation forever haunted by the grim events that took place there. The story in its entirety drives home the fact that you truly never know who's beside you, who's across from you, who is on the other side of the wall by which you sleep. For months, this family was unknowingly going about their daily lives with the human corpse just feet away from them and completely unaware that their neighbor was living alongside it. At the end of it all, Peaches and Glitter just wanted a home for their family, a place their newborn can grow up happily. Yet, little did they know what they were getting into, and what was waiting for them on the other side.
Report a blocked driveway or a loud stereo. Leave the 911 lines open for real alerts. For anything else, or directory assistance. Think before you call 911. Think before you call 911. Think before you call 911. Think before you call 911.
It's evening in Polk County, Florida. A 76-year-old woman named Loretta Pickard is home alone, asleep on her couch. She had just undergone hip surgery, so she was unable to move. However, her evening was just like any other. It's dark, it's cold out, and her home rests in a tenacious state of tranquility. At 7 p.m., Loretta notices that something is wrong. The smell of smoke awakes her. However, because she's disabled, she's unable to check what's causing it. During this, her husband was away with their grandkids, so she was effectively helpless in place. Meanwhile, the smell persists. Something is on fire. And so, she grabs her phone, dials 911, and explains to dispatch the following.
The following what is just silence.
What is the address of your emergency?
Pardon?
911, what is the address of your emergency? Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I think my house is on fire, and I'm here alone, and I'm on a walker.
Okay. All right, I have a couple more. I just have a couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, just to help the the firefighters, excuse me.
Hurry up.
Okay, these questions are not going to delay paramedics in any way. Okay, what type of building is involved?
It's a log house with a tin roof. But it's coming from the roof, I think. I don't know.
Okay, I have help on the way, okay? These questions are not delaying the firefighters at all, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, I do have them coming. All right, I'm sending the fire department to help you now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
What should I do?
Okay, is anyone trapped inside the building?
Well, I'm inside the house. I don't even know if I can get out.
Okay. All right, I have them coming as quickly as possible, okay? How many?
It's just me.
Okay.
I mean, my husband's at the ball game, and I can't get him. I tried his cell phone.
Okay, exactly where are you located? No, inside the home. Exactly where are you located inside the home?
Right now, I'm in the living room. The smoke's getting bad.
Okay, if it's safe to do so, leave the building, close the doors behind you, and remain outside. Do not try to put the fire out. Do not carry anything. Do not carry out anything that's on fire.
Couldn't, honey, if I wanted to. I'm on a walker, and I can't hardly walk.
Okay. All right, well, I do have them coming as quickly as possible, okay, so just let me know when you see them. Okay, where exactly is the fire?
On the roof, I think.
Okay. Okay, is anyone injured?
No, I'm the only one here. I'm not injured, but my eyes are so smoke. Lungs, I can't get out the door.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I have them coming, okay? They're coming as quickly as possible, lights and sirens, okay?
Okay.
This back and forth continues for 15 agonizing minutes. Yet for this entire duration, help never seemed to come. Nevertheless, the fire seems to be growing. Where is everyone?
Oh, I see fire now.
Okay.
Oh, you hear them?
Yes, they're here. They're there. I'm letting them know exactly what's going on, okay? They are there.
Okay.
I promise they are right there. It's just they have to make their way into you, okay?
Okay, but they better run. Come in here.
Okay, Jim, stay on the line with me, okay? What's your husband's name? What? Hello? 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 Hello?
This sound, the sound of flames engulfing the Pickard home, continues for 9 minutes straight, with the dispatcher reassuring her the entire time that help is on the way. Little did they know, though, that on the other end of the line, there was no longer anyone there to hear it. Loretta Pickard, in this moment and contrary to all assurances by dispatch, had perished in the fire. You wouldn't believe it, but for over half of this phone call, help was just a few short feet away. Firefighters were outside when she was alive and had every opportunity to save her, but didn't. That evening, there were unfortunately no fire hydrants anywhere near the residence, so the crew was left to utilize the reserves in their truck. Instead of putting out the house fire with Loretta trapped inside, however, the crew's captain, James Williams, used the entirety of the reserves to combat what he described as a forest fire behind the home. This, by default, nullified any potential of combating the blaze's origin, diminishing any possibility of saving Loretta at all.
In a case 8 on your side has been investigating all year long. Loretta Pickard died in her burning Lakeland home, pleading for help, but firefighters stood by and did nothing about it. Well, now her estate will receive the maximum amount of money allowed under state law. 8 on your side, Stacy DeSilva reports from Polk County.
Loretta Pickard's niece tells me the settlement does provide a bit of closure.
Since the incident, the Pickard family has undergone a grueling legal battle against the county, as in the weeks following the fire, it's been revealed that James Williams would frequently take Snapchat videos while at the scene of house fires. And allegedly, the evening of Loretta's death was no different. Even further, it's been stated by bystanders that little to no effort was made to get inside the home either, effectively leaving her helpless and alone to endure one of the most horrific deaths imaginable. In the aftermath of this incident, the Pickard family has been given a $200,000 settlement from Polk County in response to their inaction. On top of this, James Williams has since been fired, and a void of heartbreak, loss, and despair has been eternally left in their wake. No matter how much money, how much action is and has been taken after this incident, nothing in the world can bring back a family member who lost their life during a moment of desperation. It was the day after Thanksgiving, a time engulfed in positivity. However, for the Pickard family, this day will forever be remembered as the last that they would ever spend with her. That fateful night, Loretta's husband James lost the love of his life. Their grandkids left a loving home that they would never return to. And their entire family had unknowingly said their final goodbyes to their beloved grandmother that they would never see again.
Do not hang around the restrooms. And if you see any of your playmates about to get into trouble, get help from a police officer or someone you know. You not only have to look out for yourself, but for the little children who don't know any better. and can't understand that some people are sick in the mind.
In 2018, a YouTube channel was born. It's named Vera Koroteva, and over the span of less than 1 year, they'd upload over 1.4 thousand videos to the platform. Within them, we're able to observe the inside of an apartment occupied by what seems to be a family. And to be honest, not a whole lot seems to happen. They spend a ton of time watching TV and lounging around. And at first glance, it seems like this channel might be nothing more than an archival page run by them. Now, this would make sense. However, there's one small problem. This isn't Vera's only camera. This channel, Vera Koroteva, is likely run by not the tenants, but their landlord. And they've got eyes everywhere. Taking a look at the details of Vera's videos presents some eccentric discoveries. For instance, their titles regularly reference names like Putin and Hitler, and often use incredibly abrasive language when referring to their residents and the police. Furthermore, in their descriptions, they can also be found going off about useless drunkards, housing the disabled, and something about smoke. But out of everything, the video that really made me realize that something is off here came with their upload from the 26th of October 2019. It's simply titled Water Supply Repair, and at first glance, it seems ordinary. Upon translating the description, though, we find this. I'll be honest with you. I've tried to read through this multiple times to glean any sort of logical flow in their wording, but it doesn't make much sense at all. From what I could gather, though, Vera seems to be furious at a judge. They then go forth to discuss legal documents that I believe they requested, and then fantasize about killing them by cutting the judge's throat with a razor. It's incredibly disconcerting. And regardless if the tenants even know that they're being watched, what I do know is that they are, without a doubt, completely unaware of what's going on in these descriptions. For over 4 years, this bizarre channel has sat like this, completely untouched and unnoticed by the broader internet. With this, their backlog spanning thousands of videos are public, documenting complete strangers living out their daily lives without even the slightest hint that the very person who owns the building they live in is broadcasting them to the world. Today, Vera Koroteva stands as an eerie look into the incredibly bizarre behavior of a peeping landlord. It's an unsettling digital relic, hidden away inside the furthest confines of YouTube's darkest abyss. I have absolutely no idea what compelled this person to do this, and even more so, what caused them to abandon their project completely. If the upload rate wasn't enough, they appeared intensely dedicated to their cause, as not only were there security camera videos, but also uploads containing phone calls, conversations, and even trips to real-world locations. With the language barrier stopping me in my tracks, though, unfortunately, deciphering any of this has been ultimately futile. By the off chance any of you watching can speak or understand Russian, I am incredibly interested to learn more about why this channel exists and what exactly they were doing. Who are these people, and why are they here? Why do the cops constantly pop in, and what are they looking for? Most importantly though, why the hell is all of this public? And who in the world is Vera Koroteva?
The goal of this video is to make you aware of the potential for differential pressure situations. The key is to recognize them beforehand and make sure you are prepared to deal with them. Because when it's gotcha, it's gotcha.
So I think I popped a little bit too many living bombs. I needed more mana for Arcane Explosion, it looks like.
Back in February, we discussed the unquantifiable horrors of the ocean. Earth's greatest enigma. An entire biosphere not made for us. One of humanity's greatest mysteries has always been exploring the far reaches of the deep sea. And in a way, much of what's in it is completely alien to us. The peculiar thing about the ocean is that it makes up the vast majority of the planet we live on, yet stands so painstakingly inaccessible to humanity. The potential for death, freak accidents, and disappearances are so exponentially high, all spawned entirely by the mere nature of the ocean's environmental medium. In February of 2022, 5 divers are commissioned by a fuel trading company named Peria to perform maintenance on an oil pipeline. Located at Punta Pier on the western coast of Trinidad and Tobago, the 30-inch wide pipe stretches from an oil riser named Berth 5, 60 feet vertically down into the ocean, 1,200 feet away from it, and 50 feet back up to the open sea under another oil riser named Berth 6. It was meant to allow ships to transport their reserves to Peria's facilities on land for processing. However, by this point, this particular pipeline was sealed off and hadn't been used since mid-2018. That day, the 5 men on the job were Faisal Kurban, Kazim Ali Jr., Rishi Nagasar, Yusuf Henry, and Christopher Budrum, and they were tasked with heading into an underwater, air-filled habitat at Berth 6, removing a steel cover from the pipe, removing an inflatable plug from inside of it, and installing a connector from the exposed pipe up to the main platform at the Berth 6 riser. At first, everything seemed to be going to plan. The crew makes their way inside the air-filled chamber and remove their scuba gear so they can effectively perform their work. While doing so, however, they notice that the inflatable plug sealing the pipe off isn't coming loose. No matter what they try, it appears to be stuck in place. And so, Kazim volunteers to head out to grab a tool to help with dislodging it. Upon heading back down to Berth 6's chamber, Kazim hands the tool off to one of his co-workers who takes another crack at dislodging it. But what they're unaware of is that by doing this, they're unknowingly opening the door to a gargantuan difference in pressure and would very soon find themselves in a dire predicament. Right here, in but a fraction of a second, all 5 men and their equipment are sucked into the pipe, 50 feet down and over 120 feet horizontally through it. And without even a second to process what just happened, they are effectively trapped in a pitch black cell underwater. Immediately, they scream for help. They have no idea what the hell just happened, but they're in excruciating pain, and they gotta get out of there. In the next few moments, they collect their thoughts and orient themselves inside the pipe. They explain to each other their injuries, who's behind who,
fucking boss.
and
Maybe
try
I
to
should
deduce
skip him and
which side
just
of
do
the
the
pipe
tiny
they're
mobs.
even
Like,
facing.
he doesn't take as much damage.
With hope quickly
I killed
fading,
him last run.
Chris begins motivating his crew to try their
Maybe
hardest to get
I
out
should
of
have
it,
had one extra
out of
living
that
bomb
hell
there
they're stuck in.
to kill before.
And
or
so he
my other
proposes a
death,
plan
I didn't.
to
I
link
put too many
hands with
living
ankles
bombs, and I
and
couldn't
to edge their way
explosion.
out. It was a
I'm gonna have to figure
50-50
this
shot
out.
that they'd be heading
There's like
in the right
a decent
direction.
amount of math behind this
But
shit. Like
at this
how much
point,
things I can
it
do
was
with
one
my
they were
mana
willing
pool,
to take.
and how often I can proc clear casting. Should be pretty
With
often
no light
if I'm hitting
source,
multiple
no
targets.
breathing
right?
equipment, no sense of direction,
Do
they
people
begin
use
to shuffle
mana
their
shield?
way
That's
forward.
what I'm wondering. That
In the
might
beginning,
help, but then
it
I'd go
seems to be
boom way
working.
quicker.
However, they quickly realize that
I'm
sections
thinking,
of
yeah,
this
this
pipe
wand
head
specialization
down
is
to a
like
lower
useless
depth
to me because
and
I
have
could put that
collected
into
pools
arcane
of water
concentration.
and oil.
That might be the play.
Were they to continue their plan,
One of the
they'd
guides
be
I was
making
looking
their
at
way through
suggested
fully
that, but
submerged
then
sections of pipe.
maybe
A proposition
I could
that, with no knowledge
Oh
of
no,
how
but this
long it
helps
would
with
go on
the
for,
living flame because of the
was
fire part of
undoubtedly
it.
horrifying.
I think. Why they told me to go elemental precision.
With this revelation, Kazim, Rishi,
if I
and
go
Yusuf
further down,
decide
like
to
I
stay
can get
back.
arcane resilience.
It's a
as
risk
well.
that they just can't stomach. And
Arcane
so
I
Chris
could get 1
reassures
out of
them
3 for
that he'll
arcane
return with
meditation.
help
That might help.
and continues
5%
onward
of my mana.
with Faisal
Regen
by his side.
by every 5 seconds. I'm assuming. Or improve mana shields. I can only get like this far down to where I can only put 1 point in like one of these. Might be the play.
In the following moments, Chris and Faisal encounter 2 scuba tanks lying in an air pocket.
Might go try
They
dead
equip them
mines.
and make
Maybe
their
because
way
like they're a
through
bit
fully
more stacked
submerged,
up to where I can get
extended
huge pulls.
portions of pipe.
It's not. I mean, it's
For a
probably
while,
like the
they
same
were
amount
making
of
steady
like running
progress.
if I die.
However, on their journey,
I think if
Faisal
I
had
tried
come
Wailing
to an
Caverns dying there, it's like
inconvenient
a
revelation.
decently longer run than this. I think.
He is
I'd have to time this.
excruciatingly exhausted and informs Chris that he simply can't continue. Chris proceeds. Onward and onward, not even sure if he's heading back to the correct opening. Nevertheless, he holds out hope as critical minutes blur by. Until he finally encounters the pipe's bend.
I mean, we've made some gold. I had like less than a gold when I started making
He looks
some
up.
raw gold just vendoring shit. So it's,
And
like,
it's open.
Not that bad. Better than nothing. I mean,
In complete
I don't
disbelief,
think I could do this
he
like,
begins
on
to
my
bang on the
shamans
pipe,
and recreate that
screaming
amount of
and
golds.
pleading for anyone to hear him.
So
And by a
get it,
complete
but I need to
miracle,
just, like,
outside
get
its
this
opening
down to a
are
T
2
on,
rescue
like, how much I
divers
can be
who
pulling.
open it up, drop a chain down to him, and ultimately save his life. But there's just one problem. Four men are still down there, still alive, and still need help. To his dismay, Chris is told that there's nothing that can be done about them. It's apparently too dangerous to send someone in there to get them, and essentially, all hope for their rescue is lost. In utter disbelief at what he's hearing, Chris even tries to head back in there himself, however, is ultimately prevented from doing so. For 3 excruciating days, the remaining 4 divers are trapped in that pipe, begging and pleading for anyone to help them. Little did they know, though, that nobody was ever coming. Help was never on the way, and the men were, effectively, left to die. As of writing, there's an ongoing legal battle between Peria, the Coast Guard, the contract company LMCS Limited that assigned them to the job, and the victims' families. Each of the accused passing off blame and responsibility for their inaction to a different party. No matter what ends up happening, though, I can only hope that the victims' families are given justice, as according to every report available, it seems that little to no effort was made by the companies or Coast Guard to save them. at all. The incident that occurred on that otherwise ordinary day is one of the most haunting freak accidents one could ever find themselves in. What began as an ordinary job had, out of nowhere, morphed into 3 days of absolute hell. I cannot even begin to fathom the feeling of being stuck in the dark, inside of a claustrophobic chamber 60 feet below sea level, and even more so, bearing the apprehensive hope they all held out for help that never came.
Waterfront rooms, comfortable, spacious, and family pride. The port of call. Gulfside pool, cable TV, volleyball, and if you stay for at least 3 days, you receive a vacation club card with over $100 in valuable discount. Valuable discount. Call now and ask about our special $49.
It's late at night, and a truck driver named Eduardo Cullen has just checked in to Super 8.
Not what you need to hear? Then stay here at Super 8. Clean, comfortable rooms because we inspect them more than any major economy chain. Clean, friendly Super 8. All the room you want.
His night is unremarkable. It's about as ordinary as you can imagine. He cleans himself up, makes himself a hot meal, and just a couple hours later, falls deep into a much-deserved slumber. Well, that's what should have happened. It's been 2 days, and Eduardo has not checked out. A security guard on duty is sent to check on him. However, a do not disturb placard adorns the handle, and the room is locked from the inside. No answer.
Eduardo, you in there, buddy?
Still nothing. He's not there, but it's locked. Suspecting that something is off, the guard manages to unlock the door and make his way in. And at first glance, this room is oddly ordinary. On the floor, the blankets lie haphazard. On the table, a handbag, a bracelet, a scale adorned with the name George Martinez, and a photograph appear left behind. Yet, once he makes his way to the room's rear and towards the bathroom, what awaits him is completely unexpected. Hanging by a suitcase strap, a badly decomposed woman stares down upon him. And Eduardo is nowhere to be found. You know, you would think that this photograph would make this woman's identification a breeze. However, reality has been quite the contrary. Police have since connected her likeness with the woman in the room, yet to this day, her identity remains exactly how it's been from the day she died. She is unknown, unidentified, a Jane Doe. After an autopsy, it was revealed that she had heroin in her system and had passed away by taking her own life. The evidence from the motel room, including the scale with George Martinez written on it, were their only real leads in tracking down her identity. However, frustratingly, nothing ever came from it. No witnesses, no footage, not even Eduardo. It took 7 entire years before Eduardo's family was contacted by police, and coincidentally, they claimed that he had passed away not long beforehand. Upon being shown this mysterious photograph, however, they revealed that they didn't recognize him at all. This is not Eduardo, and they have never seen this man in their life. That day, an entirely new mystery was born. Not only was there ambiguity around the actions of Eduardo and this woman's identity, but now an unnamed male has entered the picture. As the years went on, leads on him were all but non-existent, and all they really had to go on was the connection to that scale. George Martinez was believed to be his identity. However, given how many George Martinezes are out there, tracking this guy down in the 1990s was all but impossible. To this day, this mystery remains completely unsolved, barring one credible tip that authorities received in March of 2021. It's been rumored that her name was Becca and that she flew there from Los Angeles, California. Why she did this, who she came with, and how she wound up in a motel bathroom is still unclear. However, with the rise of the internet and breakthroughs in technology, perhaps someday her identity can come to light. It is hauntingly mind-boggling that not a single soul on this earth has been able to identify this woman for over 30 years. Much like the case with Joanna Lopez, having such hard photographic evidence of someone, yet knowing absolutely nothing about who they actually are and what happened to them, is eerily perplexing. What took place on that fateful night may never be known, and to be honest, a lot of it doesn't even make sense. Eduardo was merely stopping for a place to stay, so how did he become so wrapped up in such a tangled web of mystery? Perhaps there was more to this story, something that he wasn't letting on. However, given that he's since passed away, that question will painfully remain unanswered. If you know of or recognize anything about this woman, I implore you to reach out to the Albuquerque PD with information. This is an absolute Hail Mary. However, someone on this earth has to know something about her. For all I know, this case might not go anywhere anytime soon, but keeping stories like this relevant and in the public eye, in my opinion, that is the key to closure. A neighbor with a grim secret. A life lost through inaction. A peeping landlord spying on unsuspecting tenants. A claustrophobic nightmare. And a mind-bending mystery lasting for over 30 years. Tonight, you and I dove into 5 disturbing things from around the internet. It's been a long couple years, I know, but I promise you this series is back. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for your love and support. Throughout the years, you guys have stuck by me, and that truly means the world to me. With that said, if you guys have any submissions for this series, any disturbing audio, footage, events, anything, feel free to submit them to the show's Dropbox at dtfaisubmissions@gmail.com. Once again, that's dtfaisubmissions@gmail.com. Thank you all again for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you all. And good night.
Just before Season of Discovery dropped, I made a big video going over class predictions for Phase 1. As of right now, we are well over a month into the season, with Phase 2 expected to drop towards a late January or possibly early Feb. So I thought, why not do a bit of a recap, a snapshot of the state of Season of Discovery at level 25 as it currently is, and to take a look at which classes have really come out on top given everything that we now know about the season. Because so far for me there has definitely been a few surprises which I did not expect, but we will talk about each class, what I expected, what has happened, and of course why things are currently the way they are. Keep in mind there will of course be new runes released with Phase 2, and at the moment we don't know how many runes or new rune engraving slots there will be. It may well be the case that the best classes in Phase 1 keep getting better, or we could see a big meta shift. So I wouldn't read too hard into this as to which class will be the best for the whole season, we simply don't know that. Also, Blizzard is doing active class balancing this season as well. It could be the case your spec gets a nerf or a big buff and changes quite dramatically before the end of Phase 1. This is kinda how WoW looks when we don't know everything in advance for once. But let's take a look back at which classes are topping DPS meters, dominating PvP and calling the shots, and which ones leave a bit to be desired still. It's time to take a look back and see how right or wrong I was about classes in Phase 1 of Season of Discovery. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev is an online platform that equips self-motivated individuals with the tools that they need to forge a career in back-end development. Boot.dev's learning process is a little bit different though, and with the aim of keeping things fresh and interesting, they treat it like a real-life RPG, where as you progress you earn things such as experience, achievements, and you can even go on to compete for places on a leaderboard versus others. On this platform you'll be getting to grips with both Python and Go programming languages, and most importantly, Boot.dev will be encouraging you to write and understand your own code and not just be doing things in theory or from a book. Doing for me has always been key to learning and fully understanding something, and you just can't beat first-hand experience and the process of trial and error
when it comes to really getting information to stick. There's even a community Discord to compare progress and ask for help when you start advancing onto some of the more complicated problems. And you can start all this today at your own pace. So click the link in the description box below and use my code WILLE to get 25% off your first payment for boot.dev. That's 25% your first month or your first year, depending on the subscription that you choose. Many thanks to boot.dev for the sponsor today. Let's get back to WoW. As is tradition with these videos, I like starting with the cloth wearers and rotating through the different armor types. So today we'll begin with the priest. I expected the priest's healer identity to remain just overall good, whilst expecting Shadow to struggle in this early phase of the season, and I'd say that's been largely true. The bit that could use some emphasis though is just really how good priest healers have been in PvP. I don't know if you've tried much Warsong Gulch yet, but PvP doesn't mean player versus player in Season of Discovery. What it really means is priest versus priest, and the side with more priests tends to win. As a healer, they are incredibly mana efficient, have the only defensive magical Dispel, and thanks to a few undocumented changes from Blizzard's end on damage dealt in Battlegrounds, they are just kind of impossible to solo for any class. A Warsong without priests versus 2 or more on the enemy team is playing such an uphill battle when you want to win. On the PvE side of things, we all thought priests would be great at healing, and hey, what do you know? Turns out they're still pretty good. They have such a well-rounded toolkit of heals that the few extra abilities they got from runes only push them further and make them that much better. One thing that's become noticeable for this class in this season, however, is how powerful the Homunculi rune really is. Pre-launch, I was speculating this rune would basically serve as a generic rune to provide tank debuffs, because none of the new tanking specs can apply your typical attack speed slows, sunder, demo shout, and so on. It turns out that's exactly what Homunculi does, but it does it far more efficiently than any tank does it as well. In fact, Homunculi's Sunder Armor effect reduces a boss's armor by over 1000 and is applied instantly, if or when they actually decide to hit the correct target. And this is better than what a warrior can do if they spend 5 globals on sundering. This will be because the Homunculi debuff is scaled to level 25, which means this rune is going to be BIS forever for priests in PvE, whatever your specialization. And yes, people are taking this rune over Prayer of Mending as a healer, because the debuff is just so overpowered. For Shadow, I expected it to be behind other DPS, and it is by a lot. Many of their runes even got buffed early on into the season too, but it really hasn't made too much of a difference in PvE. In the past, I put this down to them missing a bunch of talents which could add up to 40% damage or more for them, but right now, I'm not convinced that this will be enough to escape the bottom of the meters. The age-old issue for Shadow Priest in vanilla is that they scale with one stat, more or less, spell power, and not very well at that, and this old issue is coming round to haunt them once again. The DPS priest identity needs some help through runes in phase 2 in my opinion. On the PvP side of things, there is kind of a Shadow Priest build I suppose, but it's more of a hybrid at the moment, and it's really hard to play priest in PvP and not want to be a healer with how good they are at that. Though as per usual, priests are very good in 1v1s and add good group utility to battleground PvP settings. Onto the mage, what I like to call the hero class of vanilla. How are they getting on? Starting with Arcane, I expected the healer identity to be incredibly overpowered thanks to no reduction on heals from AoE effects, and Blizzard did massively nerf the healing from Arcane Explosion not too long after launch, so that was in part solved. But the Living Flame ability is allowing mages to do some truly mage-like things. People are already AoE farming hundreds of elites in dungeons and boosting as well. You really just can't keep this class from doing degenerate things, can you? In the raid for heals, again, as expected, they aren't doing quite as well on single target compared to other healers, but they can clear the raid just fine. Or at least they can now, since the world buff gives 3% spell hit, and some of the bosses don't have crazy arcane spell resist anymore. For damage, Arcane is good enough as well. It seems like a go-to spec when you've just dinged in a bit less gear, and it even received a buff not long ago, where your Living Flame can now benefit from your Arcane Blast stacks. Fire, though, has been the breakout success in Phase 1 for mages. This one definitely came as a surprise. Typically, fire mages need a whole bunch of crit to really start coming online, but thanks to a ton of bonus spell power on gear, the burnout rune, and being able to get ignite early, they're doing better than expected, especially in the raid. Whilst fire will always have higher variance due to needing to crit, with some good RNG it can be well up there on DPS meters. The letdown for the phase, however, has been Frost. It's straight up the worst PvE spec in the game by a big old margin, and it suffers, as several other specs do, with a bit of an unforeseen flaw of Season of Discovery: spell ranks. So the best rank of Frostbolt you can get at the moment is learned at level 20, and it just doesn't do that much damage. Your next rank would have been at 26, and it does about 80% more damage baseline. And for runes you have Isolance, but you can only get 1 point into the Shatter talent, so essentially Frost just isn't a thing at the moment. It's still got good enough utility in PvP, but the damage from this spec just isn't there. I expect Frost to see big improvements next phase for PvP, but if Fire is already better at 25, I think you're going to be playing Fire for a very long time. Overall, mages are in a good place in PvE, but due to a lack of defensives and Frost damage just not being very good, they currently are not the strongest in PvP. Next is Warlock, my main class, and one which I was definitely hyping up pre-launch, and I'm happy to say it has not disappointed. Warlock has turned out so far to be a very powerful pick in all areas of content for this phase. Perhaps its weakest identity though is for tanking, and that's mainly just to a lack of AoE threat options, but it's not the only tank to have this problem. In PvP though, the Metamorphosis spec kind of hard counters everything that does physical damage. You actually just straight up can't fight them. It's like trying to break through a brick wall with a spoon, but the wall also heals for more damage than you can deal. On the PvE side of things, Locks are the top caster at the moment thanks to a destruction build running Incinerating Chaos Bolt, and they stand to get a whole lot of extra bonus fire damage from talents once we hit phase 2 as well. And I'm just saying, Hellfire, despite not being able to crit in vanilla, is going to be dealing some nasty damage, both to enemies and the Warlock themselves. Unfortunately, every spec involving Shadow Bolt is bad because we have the same problem Frost mages do, in that our last rank we learned was at level 20. I really want Shadow Bolt Volley to work. Maybe next phase we can give it another go. As for the Affliction-centric builds, they are amazing for leveling, as expected. This class has practically no downtime at all once you have Master Channeler and Haunt, because they just heal for so much you can always life tap your mana back. I've been really happy with the Warlock so far in Season of Discovery, and I hope it remains strong into phase 2, and that other casters can move up a little bit more to where their power level is at. Onto the Leather Enjoyers Druid first. I just got done leveling my Druid and was balanced the whole way, and would you believe it that Balance is now probably one of the strongest levelers in the game. Now that is a big change from vanilla, where the spec was kind of just meme-worthy. Balance can now cast Wrath for free thanks to a rune, picks up Sunfire early, which is just a better version of Moonfire, and most importantly has Star Surge. Star Surge received a 182% damage buff quite early into the season, as well as having its mana cost reduced to practically nothing. Seriously, a Druid on about 5% mana versus a Druid on about 100% mana are at about 90% of their regular power, because Star Surge is absolutely crazy. It's arguably one of the best runes in the game in terms of what it does. A huge single target nuke, it's got a short cooldown, scales amazing with spell power, and costs a tiny amount of mana. You can technically go and get this rune at level 1 as well, though it's probably going to involve a few corpse runs. I went and soloed it at level 10, no problem, and I recommend that you go out of your way to get it too. It completely changes the class. Star Surge also makes Balanced Druids a nightmare in PvP, as they can just kite you around in circles and remove about a quarter of your health every 6 seconds with an instant cast spell. So you're probably thinking, damn, this spec's amazing in PvE then too, and no, it's still not really. Yes, Star Surge and Sunfire are great, but outside of that, you're back to casting vanilla spells, and that's not what you want to be doing. Boomies do have a bunch of solid talents to pick up in phase 2, but I think they need a little more than that to really pick themselves up in PvE. Resto Druids have been a bit of a surprise so far, you know. I wasn't expecting anything too crazy from Druid healers, but it turns out that wild growth is pretty insane, at least in PvE that is. You have Druids out there beating priests while just pressing this one button throughout a whole raid, and the rest of your heals are still not so good to be honest, but this spec is nice to bring in PvE for sure. For PvP it's kind of like priest in that you're a bit of a hybrid, dealing damage and healing as well, and you probably should be just because of how good Star Surge is. Feral seems to be doing doing just fine too. I will say I don't see too many feral tanks, but their single target threat seems to be fine, even though they are lacking on the AoE front. If they get a decent AoE rune next phase, they will start to come online big time though. Ferals have also been the only way to get Wind Fury this phase, so it's a good job they're actually doing well beyond just being used for this rune. I'd say they're doing better in PvE than PvP, but can be strong for both areas of the game. It's a pretty straightforward playstyle too, with Mangle into Savage Roar, and you better believe all the melee out there want Wind Fury, so you're always going to have a raid spot. On top of that, you have a bunch to look forwards to next phase with Automatic Crowd Pummeler and Wolf's Head Helm too. Druids have been a big winner of this phase in my opinion. I know we're only level 25, but typically Druid is either a healer or a flag carrier in vanilla, and now instead of just that, every single one of their identities is doing something cool, so that's something to be happy about. Up next is the Rogue, and it's the first ult I made for Season of Discovery. The reason I wanted to try them out was to see if it's as bad as everyone says they are for leveling. It really wasn't, but I did have gold to buy some greens for them, so that's probably why. And the second reason is because Rogues were doing far better than expected in terms of DPS. I mean, even in PvP I thought this class was going to be pretty average. Turns out they're also very good in that area of the game, and this is without some of their key abilities such as Cheap Shot, Kidney Shot and Blind. If a rogue gets on top of you and applies crippling poison, it's honestly a hard fight for the majority of the classes in the game to win, because rogue just does a lot of damage. In PvE, they're a bit of a damage over time class, strangely enough, with Saber Slash and Deadly Poison. The Deadly Brew rune also underwent huge changes pre-launch, which answered every concern I had with rogue poisons. So not only do poisons now scale with your attack power, you essentially have instant poison and deadly poison on both your weapons, as well as still being able to get Wind Fury on your main hand and using a weapon stone on your offhand. Oh, and you can still enchant your weapons too. It's actually 4 separate weapon buffs per weapon as a rogue. No wonder they're doing well when you think about it like that. And with talents such as Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush next phase, I'm expecting this class to continue blasting on single target and being amazing on cleave. Rogue Tank is actually doing fine as well, mainly in the raid though. See, trash in the raid is kind of just go pull it, and it borderline doesn't need a proper tank because it just doesn't do any damage. And rogues on single target threat are amazing, so they're well suited to the boss fights in BFD, which are just kind of single target to be honest. In dungeons though, where you only have one healer and the vast majority of pulls on multiple enemies, they still have the predicted issues of controlling multiple mobs, especially when your dynamite cooldown isn't up. Rogues overall though exceeded expectations this phase, very solid class. Next up would have been the male wearers, but they're still wearing leather this phase, so we'll carry on like that. But we have the Shaman. Shaman tank has been a huge success story in Season of Discovery so far. Very tanky, great single target threat, good AoE threat, and they bring that standard Shaman utility. You can even just pop on the tank rune for PvP and you become really hard for most classes to solo. I do need to play more Horde this season so I can check out the revamped Shami myself firsthand, but so far from what I've seen, having a Shaman tank in your group has only ever been a good thing. Resto has also been doing pretty much what's expected in that it's just doing okay. Expect to power up quite a bit at level 40, by which time you'll have Chain Heal, and don't forget Overload got buffed to a 50% chance, and it can proc off this spell, so that's going to be pretty powerful. Enhancement has been the only melee class finding themselves often a bit lower down on the DPS meters this phase, and recently their dual wield spec rune was buffed up to a huge plus 10% hit chance, and it still hasn't made too much of a difference. I think you really want to see another rune that deals direct damage for enhancement next phase. As cool as Storm Strike is, it's just one extra attack which doesn't do a whole lot of damage. You need a bit more than that. Oh, and of course, don't forget there's very likely going to be a two-handed rune as well once we're getting towards 40, so I'm hopeful to see some improvements for the Wind Fury enjoyers. Elemental suffers from the same problem mages do with Frostbolt and Warlocks do with Shadowbolt. Your Lightning Bolt, your main filler spell, is unfortunately bad because it's the rank you learned at level 20. You also have a ton of talents which are missing too, such as bonus crit damage and cast time reductions. Lava Burst is the star of the show here though, but similar to Balanced Druids, your one overpowered rune isn't enough to carry your damage in PvE content, and as a result they're on the lower end of things. They're good in PvP though. They have Purge, Totems, Frost Shock, and of course Lava Burst. All those make for a good utility pick, and Shamans just never seem to die until their mana bar is is spent either. This spec stands to see some huge improvements next phase though, both from talents and better spell ranks. In fact, runes aside, because who knows what we're getting, Elemental should be one of the most improved specs between 25 and 40. Next for the classes which are still wearing leather is the Hunter. This is the most nerfed class in the season, and it's still so powerful. Alongside Priest, this is probably the best PvP class in the game. I mean, I thought they would be good. I had them just behind Warlock in my pre-release video ranking, but they are better than I ever imagined. It turns out when you start letting pets scale with your gear, and you add a rune that gives your pet a ton more damage and focus regeneration, Hunters become pretty broken. Early on, players found that Scorpid's poison was scaling way too well with gear, and your pet would legitimately do more damage than most other classes in the game could. Blizzard eventually got around to nerfing that one. Then players started taming Wind Serpents, whose lightning breath is pretty much like having an elemental shaman as a pet, but one that actually does damage. This is still usable, by the way. In fact, you can solo most other classes in the game just by using Eyes of the Beast on your pet because they do so much damage. Your pet is so powerful you don't even need to leave its growl effect on. It will just keep threats because it will be out damaging you by so much. From a solo play perspective, this is the strongest class in the game by a mile. It even makes Warlock look average in comparison. Pretty much the only issue is that Hunters are the only pure DPS spec left in the game, and are also overplayed at the moment because they're just kind of OP and it doesn't take too long to get to level 25. Also, the Beast Mastery spec doesn't really add much to your Hunter gameplay, and it does feel a lot like vanilla. It's just your pets carrying really hard now. There is also a Marksmanship spec that's performing well for Hunters too, which leans into you actually pressing some new buttons instead of just sending in your pet to delete whatever on your screen. I can't wait to see how crazy pets get at level 40 once we get Bestial Wrath. By this level, pets will all have their own sprint type ability too, so they will be completely impossible to get off you in PvP. People are going to get soloed even harder than they already are by Wind Serpents, or who knows by what else, Gorillas maybe next phase. All in all, Hunters are doing great as expected, but Beast Mastery is even outperforming where I thought it would be. Finally, we're on to the Mail Wearers. Paladin, I would say, has very much met expectations. It was one of my top picks heading into the season, and I believe back then every spec would be viable and performing well, and this, I would say, has been true. Though protection isn't quite full-on protection Paladin yet, as two-handed ret tanking is fine for most content. Divine Storm double dips from threats from both its healing and damage, making it incredibly efficient. And Consecration just isn't super worth investing points into the Holy Tree yet. Its mana cost for what it does isn't too attractive. Avenger's Shield is powerful, but you can just macro swap to a shield, throw it out, and then go back to two-handed blasting. Ret itself has seen some huge improvements to how it was in vanilla and feels far more engaging. Crusader Strike and Divine Storm really have made all of the difference. I will say I've leveled a Ret to 25 myself, and not gonna lie, I was disappointed that you couldn't seal twist between Martyrdom and Command. In PvE, Rets aren't quite keeping up with most melee, and if they could do this, it would be a nice single target damage buff. Then again, I find that people love or hate seal twisting, and you would need a separate pair of gloves to put Divine Storm on for AoE, or just manually swap it outside of combat. In PvP, Ret Pallies are monsters, and as predicted, can absolutely global you in a Hammer of Justice. They also bring a ton of utility and should just be getting better and better. I can't wait to see some good old Reckoning Bombs stacking one-shots next phase as well. Holy Pally is doing okay, kind of in a similar place to Resto Shaman. I wasn't expecting them to be too crazy at 25 due to missing a lot of talents and spell ranks, but they're fine to have in the raid. For PvP though, they tend to be pretty vulnerable to getting locked down at the moment, and you probably want to look at playing Ret. Which means we end on what was the most popular class in the game back in 2019. A class which I thought was going to be pretty average at level 25. Well, it turns out either without Berserker stance, or the majority of their important talents or abilities, Warrior is still the best DPS in the game. Okay, for real though, the fact Warriors are the best at level 25 proves how unbelievably broken this class really is in this game. Now, to be fair, pre-release, we didn't know how good all the gear from BFD was going to be, and we've seen improvements week to week as the highly gear-dependent Warriors gradually begin to scale up. Also, Blizzard have done a rather unvanilla-like thing in BFD in creating loads of loot which has appropriate stats for its armor type, and on Horde, if you play Warrior, You do not have loot competition for male at 25, and I'm assuming if they follow this design choice at level 40, you won't have competition for plate armor either. On Alliance there are paladins to compete, but I've never really considered armor type for gearing in vanilla before because, I mean, tons of the BIS items were always leather, and now you can play what is eventually the best DPS in the game and have no competition for rolling on armor, assuming you're the only warrior in the raid that is, which isn't too unlikely in 10-man groups at the moment. So yeah, the population for the warrior class is going to absolutely explode heading later on into phase 1 and especially in phase 2. You know that warrior meme on that one slide at BlizzCon about making everyone OP instead of making warriors less OP? Yeah, still got a bit of work to go on that one. In PvP, warriors are currently okay as well, but as per usual, you need a healer behind you, but your lack of Mortal Strike can make it difficult to take down equally geared players. Once you hit 40 though and are in fully well itemized plate armor, which you probably will be, this class will be completely unstoppable with a good healer behind them. Tank warriors are decent too, can't say I've seen too many of them personally, but they seem to have good single target threat, solid AoE, and with the new runes actually fairly decent damage. Blizzard also wants tank warriors to properly rock a shield as well this season, which is something new as well. Warriors have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat and have at this early stage of the season still risen to the top for dealing damage, with notable help from wild strikes, homunculi, and some pretty overpowered weapons. I thought warriors would scale up by level 40, but even now, they seem to be doing just fine. They are still very gear dependent though, and you do need a raid comp which really enables you to perform. And that is the meta snapshot for Season of Discovery Phase 1 so far. Again, things are always subject to change, but this phase may be the only time we get to see this level 25 meta for a while to come. So I thought, why not put a video together to get down how things have really played out so far. So let me know your thoughts, how you feel about your class and Season of Discovery at the moment, and what you'd like to see change in the future in the comments down below. And as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're going to be looking at some Jewish tunnels today, ladies and gentlemen. That's a pretty wild thing to start the video off with, but of course, as some of you may know, there's been a developing situation in the last less than 24 hours, I would say 12 hours, of a scenario where a pretty prominent synagogue in New York, the Brooklyn area, actually had what appears to be an illegal 50-foot tunnel burrowed within it, connecting buildings together. So obviously this is a matter of serious public safety issues. When you're, developing tunnels without the proper, codes, without the proper practices, sometimes those tunnels can cave in. A lot of times they absolutely could. And usually when cave-ins happen, people can in fact die. But again, I'm getting way too ahead of myself, okay? So this whole situation started off with basically a chaotic scene at a Chabad headquarters in Crown Heights, that is Brooklyn, New York, after Bosharim ripped wooden panels to prevent a cement truck from sealing off the recently discovered tunnels. Now I have to make sure what a Bosharim was, and according to the actual definition, it appears that they are a young unmarried youth, so younger individuals. That's what it is in Jewish youth, okay? That's what it comes down to. So I'm going to play some of these clips here, and we're going to get started, rip the Band-Aid off, and see just exactly what's going on. What are they doing over there? They're just chilling inside what appears to be a tunnel, ladies and gentlemen, a little hidden area of the actual, the actual synagogue. And here they're actually like ripping down the paneling, which exposed that tunnel we saw earlier. And this is from like the women's side of the actual, synagogue. So obviously, this was apparently, according to the From TikTok account, which, by the way, is like the best of From Orthodox Jewish TikTok. Did not know that was the referral, but again, they said that it was apparently to prevent a cement truck from sealing off the recently discovered tunnels. So again, the New York Police Department came in, and just to fix up the situation, they were obviously going to just cake this entire thing in cement and restore what I believe, personally, to be structural integrity to this building, or the sets of buildings. So again, I wonder why there isn't exactly, there probably should be some forensic investigation as to why tunnels were created, for what specific reason. I mean, it should just be more than connecting buildings together. The NYPD had brought in like a cement truck, and they were basically trying to cake the entire thing in. I assume personally, to restore some structural integrity to what happened to an illicit tunnel, to an illegal tunnel. At the end of the day, this is an illegal tunnel. Okay. So again, this situation devolved into some seriously tense situations where the NYPD was basically going up against actual, parishioners of this religious establishment. Dog, that is a big that is a massive entrance to the tunnel there, Jesus Christ. That was hidden behind here? My lord. Now, obviously, I don't think this took, like, this couldn't have just been done covertly. I mean, if it was, my God, they were pretty quiet in doing this, especially in what appears to be a pretty residential, like, a pretty filled neighborhood, so to speak, too. And again, you can even see a New York police officer discussing this with one of the actual, religious goers here, too, so listen to this one.
Because there was a guy wanting to go out. There was a guy wanting to go out. It says no. I want to see it all shoot. Oh, shoot, right there. I want to fix this tonight. They need to shoot. And to... Why? We need to expend something. You got it out like this. It's not great. We don't do that in America.
We don't do that in America. Immovable force versus immovable force. NYPD versus versus the shul here. Now, of course, to understand, obviously, this tunnel is, as you can see right there with the homie standing there, isn't exactly very legal. And obviously the NYPD and obviously the city of New York has a responsibility and a proper reason to just cement this thing up. Because again, it could pose some serious threats and dangers. And I assume that the people that are going here are pretty up in arms just because it is a religious establishment. I mean, if you walk into a mosque or something and you start acting like this, I'm pretty sure the people there are going to be pretty pissed at a establishment of theirs that holds a lot of weight in the community. Same with a church, same with a temple. Same with any type of religious establishment, right? And again, where it gets really wild is when there's pushing and shoving going on with the NYPD. Dog, you do not beef with the New York Police Department. Jesus Christ, man. Come on now. You know, the people here are being really ballsy with the police force. The NYPD is not known to be a nice organization, especially when it comes with pushbacks like that, so to speak. And to show you that it wasn't exactly all that simple, there was actually, like, apparently some arrests. 10 arrests with a scuffle that happened with the NYPD. So this is evolving into a full-out brawl at this point, and of course, obviously there's going to be some arrests that are made. Like, that's not even a joke here. Like, you can't be doing this to law enforcement agents who actually have a valid reason to plug up a structurally, unchecked hole, so to speak. Now, again, I'm talking about this hole a lot, and you might be wondering, Muda, where's the footage from inside the hole, so to speak? And apparently, according to From TikTok here, this is the footage of the tunnel that was dug from an abandoned men's mikvah, which is a ritual bathhouse, into the 770 Chabad headquarters. So a mikvah, or mikvah, whatever the pronunciation is, I'm not Jewish, obviously, it actually says pronounced mikvah, so I was right in the first one. Almost every Jewish community has at least one mikvah, where you can search for what it is, and again, why immerse it? Jewish law requires that one immerse in a mikvah is part of the process of conversion to Judaism. It also requires women to immerse before getting married and when observing the laws of Nidah. There are also various other reasons, both traditional and modern, that women as well as men and Jews who are gender nonconforming visit the mikvah. So it sounds more like a baptism almost over here. Now, if you can actually see, this is a Google Earth representation of the Chabad House and the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters, which is where this entire situation is going on. So these sets of buildings, if you're looking around real carefully, why I said the construction happening over here was super duper odd was this is not like a remote area. This is, again, a place where tons of people live. There's actually photographs that you can look at right now that showcase how, populated this area can be on any given day. So again, you've got a very tight-knit Jewish community over here, a very tight-knit Orthodox Jewish community, which again, this is par for the course if you've ever driven through places like this in Brooklyn. Again, these are some of the most closest communities that you can imagine, and obviously, producing a tunnel in amongst all of this has to make some noise. It has to raise some eyebrows. So I'm kind of wondering how a tunnel actually even got created over here. That's wild. I mean, unless it's like Alcatraz prison style, where I guess everything was done in complete cloaked in silence, maybe, but it seems kind of wild. So let's actually look at some of the footage from this tunnel. Now, since then, the account from TikTok actually removed that because there was a lot of, I guess, users quote tweeting them with anti-Semitic beliefs, and they removed it to curb the promotion of that, which I understand. This account was the one that released, or at least promoted, this video of the underground tunnels, and you can see how it looks like a total mess. People brought out this baby stroller in the left side. It looks like it's tiled as if it is a bathroom, which is representative of the mikvah that allegedly this is located in. And of course, going towards the end, you can see that there is a tunnel, it's kind of like an El Chapo tunnel, that is so poorly built that it feels like at any moment this could have collapsed on somebody during construction. And again, one thing I also want to stress is this is the only account where I've seen this video shown. I did not see this video from a mainstream news source or any fact checker or anything of that nature. This video only exists from this account where I saw it, okay? So again, that doesn't prove that this video is even related to the situation. It could be a different tunnel, who knows? I figured that until the NYPD or a regulatory body releases like a body cam footage or like an actual exploration, this is, at least from my personal belief and sanity, I'm just going to be putting up as unchecked tunnel. But if this is allegedly that tunnel, then you can just see how unsafe it is. Now, one account here types in, there are no tunnels in 770. Some morons decided to combine a neighboring basement with an existing basement synagogue. Not great, but absolutely not international news. Blowing an episode of vandalism into wild proportions, which I guess brings me to the next part. What is the actual explanation? So the Chabad Lubavitch headquarter account actually posted a statement. So the statement is, the Chabad Lubavitch community is pained by the vandalism of a group of young agitators who damaged the synagogue below Chabad headquarters at 770 Eastern Parkway Monday night. These odious actions will be investigated and the sanctity of the synagogue will be restored. Our thanks to the New York Police Department for their professionalism and sensitivity. We are grateful for the outpouring of concern. Okay, that's from the chairman rabbi over here. Now, another individual by the name of Madi Seligson, who is the director of media at Chabad, they actually wrote, some time ago, a group of extremist students, so now we went from agitators to extremists, broke through a few walls in adjacent properties to the synagogue at 784-788 Eastern Parkway to provide them unauthorized access. Earlier today, a cement truck was brought in to repair those walls. Those efforts were disrupted by the extremists who broke through the wall to the synagogue, vandalizing the sanctuary in an effort to preserve their unauthorized access. Now, I've seen the underground, and I wonder why even have the unauthorized access to begin with, but we'll get to that. There have been arrests. They have since been arrested and the building closed pending a structural safety review. Obviously, like I've been saying the whole time, Lubavitch officials have attempted to gain proper control of the premises through the New York State court system. Unfortunately, despite consistently prevailing in court, the process has dragged on for years. So this is obviously deeply distressing to the Lubavitch movement and the community worldwide, the Jewish community. We hope and pray to be able to expeditiously restore the sanctity and decorum of this holy place. So that's the official explanation that, you know, the Chabad organization gave. And there were a few people looking into when these tunnels were made. So there was a lot of, assumptions that maybe it was made during COVID or something, so we could bypass lockdowns and get access to places of worship. But then there were other situations where people started digging in to other news sources where they discussed this topic. So one from the Yeshiva World, which is posted on January 8, 2024, or maybe updated. But here they actually talked about this entire situation, and they discussed the main shul of 770 has long been the subject of a legal dispute between Agudas and Merkos, Lubavitch Incorporated, over who is the rightful owner of the 770-788 Eastern Parkway complex. Bosharim have long had free reign of the main shul, even violently barring some from entering. So it's very territorial about the situation, and one has to question why. Looking at what was in the tunnels, I am again questioning why specifically. It really seems like where they tunnel to doesn't actually have a proper purpose, and it's not that you can do any purpose there, it's just literally to, I guess, connect the main shul and adjacent buildings, and that's pretty much it. It's not supposed to happen, it's illegal, and whoever did it should absolutely face some consequences. I mean, you literally could have put some fucking lives at risk. I mean, imagine going in one of those tunnels and things just cave down without people realizing you're dead and there's nothing you can do. Your connection between buildings causes somebody to die. That's just how it works. Now, another organization known as the Crown Heights Info, which I assume is incredibly local news, actually talked about the situation on December 22nd, 2023, which is surprisingly, less than 3 weeks from this entire situation blowing up. And over here, they were talking about how an accidental discovery happened 3 weeks ago after a series of incidents rang alarm bells within the Geboim of 770. A Union Street homeowner spoke with Crown Heights Info, said that they had been hearing suspicious noises at night in their home for a period of time. As the noise continued, the concerned homeowner notified someone of the sounds and their suspicions. So later on throughout this entire situation, they did talk about when they actually heard the actual tunnels being built. So details on the tunnel remain scarce, with some rumors spreading. It appears that a group of young unmarried Jewish men began digging around 6 months ago in an attempt to expand 770. So again, it just seems like an illegal extension when they really shouldn't have had the illegal extension. Again, I don't know what the construction game in New York City is like. From what I've heard, New York is basically a patchwork of people playing, cat and mouse with the building code laws and whatnot. So I don't know if this is a simple case of, somebody trying to basically save themselves a few bucks and just build them their own small tunnel versus getting entire contractors to do this for them, or whatever reason. But at the end of the day, it comes out that this is just an illegal tunnel built to connect buildings, and based on the footage of the tunnel I've seen, I don't really see anything nefarious necessarily happening, especially when we're just connecting one adjacent building to another adjacent building. But yeah, it's a wild situation that a few people have been talking about on the internet. It's sort of like confused people. You know, a lot of individuals have jumped up bringing up conspiracy theories and whatnot, when in reality the truth, as always, is usually more mundane than anyone can imagine. The best part about the story is this tunnel was discovered, and there was actually city officials that came in to make sure that it's plugged up, okay? And the NYPD was there to make sure potentially anybody, you know, in the future could not die from such a stupid fucking act, okay? This is a dumb situation, and honestly, I hope to understand more about this, okay? It's wild to see some radicalized individuals do stupid stuff like this and put other people in harm's way. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is the mystery of the Jewish tunnels in New York.
So let's count. How many did I just fucking kill?
It's a wild meme.
That must have been like 20 mobs or something. I think that's the biggest pull I've done so far.
Okay? One day I'm talking about Epstein docks. The other day I'm talking about Jewish tunnels, okay? Wild story. But that's all it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully maybe this demystified things. Maybe this raised more mysteries and questions to you. Let me know in the comment section below. This is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Okay, let's count from this big mob cluster here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 mob pull. Okay, that's a new record here. So if I could pull those guys down there, wonder if I could like do that and then pull these dickheads over here to pull everything down that tunnel there. It's interesting. We're getting the hang of this kind of so far.
I have a habit of putting my glasses down and then having no idea where I left them. This morning I found them in the fridge when I went to put back the block of cheese that I had taken out to snack on during the night. I also realized that I had odd socks on, and they were not just mismatched, one of them was inside out. If I was 30 years old, this would be called being absent-minded. But I am brushing 80, so other names might be used for my confused moments. Medical, ominous-sounding terms. But I would rather laugh about my socks and my glasses than dwell on these. As well as keeping my sense of humor intact, I think that it's important to keep busy at my age. I like to keep my home clean and tidy. I also like to listen to classical music and follow the news and current affairs on the radio. And now that I have my glasses and they've warmed up back to room temperature after their spell in the fridge, I have decided to make this record of these strange things that happened to me many years ago. My memories of this time are as sharp as a blade. I started work at the railway station in January 1959. I was employed as a security guard on the night shift. The station was in the southwest of England, in the heart of a city, and thousands of people passed through it every day. I had read up on the station in the public library before I started my new job, and knew that it had been built in the 1890s. It was a vast space with guts of stone where the winter daylight streamed in between the steel ribs of the glass roof, and the sounds of conversations, of footsteps, announcements, engines and wheels on the track mingled and echoed. As day passed into night, the station became a different place. The crowds diminished, the shadows grew. That first January, it was bitterly cold, and the uniform that I had been provided with felt far too thin as I set off on my nightly patrol. It was a Monday night, and the final train of the day was due in at 11 p.m. on Platform 1, so I started there. The train pulled in as I reached the platform. It connected with a ferry service from Northern Europe, which docked on the East Coast, and this was the final stop of a long journey. The handful of passengers who had traveled all the way to the end of the route disembarked. Their hands were buried in their pockets as they walked away, shivering in the cold. None of them gave me a second look. I might as well have been one of the luggage trolleys which were huddled together near the platform until they were needed again the next day. I watched the passengers leave and then carried on with my patrol. There would be no more commuter trains until 6 a.m., so the station could be locked up for the night. I did a circuit to check that there were no members of the public left in the station. A couple of times so far that month, I had had to wake up a drunk who had fallen asleep on a bench and see them on their way. But most nights, there were no stragglers, and there were none on that night, so I went to the first of the two large entrances to the station and pulled down and locked its shutter. I gave the shutter a rattle for good luck and then headed to the other entrance, where I stood and waited until my watch showed that it was 10 minutes to midnight. The policeman on foot patrol was as punctual as the trains back in them days, and he strolled into view right on time. We chatted for a couple of minutes and then he continued on his way, satisfied that everything was in order. And then I pulled the other shutter down and locked it. The station was now closed to members of the public and I was alone. Apart from a restless bird or two clattering around in the eaves above, all was quiet, until the sound of the first freight train of the night filled the station. The engine had already slipped out of view by the time that I looked around, but carriage after carriage sped through my line of vision, and then it was gone. A half dozen or so of these industrial workhorses would pass through the station over the course of the night. They never stopped at the station. They were other people's responsibilities, and that was fine by me. I could concentrate on getting warm. The security guard's office was a glorified cupboard close to the ticket office. I hurried inside and stood in front of the coal fire, rubbing my hands together. My fingers tingled with sharp pains as the feeling came back into them, and then I added another piece of coal to the fire and moved closer to it, until it felt like the skin on my face was about to singe, and I had to step back. The thought of staying in that cozy space all night was tempting, but I was young and conscientious. I wanted to do a good job and earn my weekly wage. I also knew my predecessor had been fired after being found asleep in front of the fire by the station master when he had arrived early to begin his shift. Something that I had been told no doubt as a warning to keep me on my toes. Not that I could feel my toes due to the freezing temperature of the station on those winter nights, as I left the comfort of the security guard's office to continue my patrol. The lost property office was the first stop. I double-checked its door was firmly locked and then shone the beam of my torch through its window. The desk was empty and I could see storage boxes piled high up behind it. In the rush of the day, a steady stream of bags, umbrellas, and gloves were mislaid. Some things would never be reclaimed and, after gathering dust, would eventually be sold off or thrown away. I would be told things which had been deliberately abandoned had found their way to the lost property office as well. There had been a revolver which had been used in a murder and locked in an anonymous-looking box before the killer left it on a train, where the guard found it and handed it in, oblivious to the gruesome trail. There was also a severed hand in a suitcase, which had been discovered when the smell of decomposing flesh had started to drift out. I thought the story of the revolver might be true. I was convinced the severed hand incident was made up to joke with the new boy, which I was at the time. I smiled to myself, lowered the torch and walked on past the waiting rooms, where the passengers could sit in the day huddled behind newspapers and magazines before catching their trains. Then there was the cafe, with its selection of cakes, sandwiches, tea, and coffee. There was nothing left out overnight, but imagining the food made my stomach rumble, a sound that was amplified by the deserted station. Well, almost deserted. There were the birds nesting in the rafters that I had heard earlier, and I had seen a couple of rats scurrying across the station floor on previous shifts. And as I turned to begin a new leg of my circuit, I noticed movement on one of the tracks. I lifted my torch. The track ran into a tunnel and framed onto the tunnel's arch, a fox was staring back at me. Its eyes blazed with fierce life in the beam, and then it turned slowly away and trotted into the tunnel. I watched it go, feeling like I was the interloper. After this, the rest of the night passed slow and cold until another shift over. I was yawning as I left the station. Dawn was still a couple of hours away, and my breath frosted in the darkness as I set off on the walk home. Tuesday's night shift seemed to come around far too soon. I hadn't yet settled into sleeping well during the day, so I was yawning once more as I headed for the security guard's office and signed in. The last train was due in, so I set off as usual towards Platform 1. I hadn't got very far though when I noticed a man sitting on one of the benches. He was drinking from a bottle. From the way that he swayed from side to side, it wasn't his first sip of the night. I sighed and went over to tell him that he couldn't do that here. As I got closer, I saw that he wore a smart pinstriped suit and tie under his coat. I wondered if maybe he had lost his job and was drowning his sorrows, or maybe if the pressure of his job had driven him to drink. Keeping my voice reasonable but firm, I asked him to leave. He gazed up at me blearily, mumbled something about the management that was peppered with obscenities, and dragged himself to his feet. I felt sorry for him as I watched him weave his way towards the door, but I had done my job, and I could hear the final train was arriving over at Platform 1. I headed that way and found myself being passed on either side by the commuters who had been on the train leaving the station. By the time that I got to the platform, the driver and the guard had finished for the day as well, and followed the weary travelers out. There was one person left on the platform though, a young woman. She was dressed smartly in a warm coat, and was glancing around as if she was looking for someone. The last train was empty and locked up, so if she had been expecting to meet one of its passengers, then she would be disappointed, I knew. And though she was very different to the drunk, she could not stay in the station either. "Excuse me," I said in a gentle voice. "There will be no more trains today. I'm sorry, but I need to ask you to leave." She looked at me, seeming startled, as if she had just realized that I was there. She looked on the verge of tears. "No," she said. "Andrew promised me he would come back in time for my birthday. And it's my birthday today. He has to be here. He has to." I had no idea what to say. Whoever this Andrew was, his promise was not going to be kept. And she had to leave now. I couldn't just throw her out, though. I was trying to think what to do when I heard the sound of glass breaking. I turned. The drunk was still in the station and swaying worse than ever, and his bottle was in pieces on the ground. I needed to go deal with him and then sweep the broken glass up. I sighed and turned back to the young woman to ask her again to leave, but she wasn't there. I scanned the platform, but there was no sign of her anywhere. I figured she must have given up waiting and decided to leave, and then I put her out of my mind. I had a drunk to deal with. He was swearing loudly now as well. I strode over there to tell him to get lost. After more swearing and fist waving, he staggered off. I was standing there shaking my head when the policeman came into view. He smiled when I explained what had happened and told me to not worry about it. I wouldn't be the one waking up with a hangover. We chatted for a bit longer and then he headed off, leaving me to do my final checks, lock the station up for the night, and go get warm. The first freight train of the night rumbled past and I headed for the office and its welcoming fire with a smile on my face. A smile that did not last. There was someone still in the station. They were standing near Platform 1, a lonely figure shrouded in the gloom. I turned the torch in their direction and saw that it was the young woman that I had spoken to earlier. She was looking out at the empty platform and her shoulders were shaking as she sobbed uncontrollably. Muttering under my breath, not understanding how I had missed her, I strode over to her. I must admit, my frustration got the better of me and there wasn't a trace of sympathy in my voice when I said firmly, "You can't be here. The man you're waiting for isn't here, and he isn't going to be coming here tonight." Her body grew still at my cold words. She turned slowly and looked at me. Her face was pale and streaked with tears and her eyes bloodshot. "Abandoned," she whispered. "He's abandoned me." As she spoke, her skin seemed to grow paler. I thought that I could see the dark lines of her veins beneath and then the outline of her bones, the line of her jaw, her cheeks. And her eyes were now becoming dark openings, the flesh of them fading as I stared in mounting horror. She spoke again, her words seeping from a lipless mouth. "He abandoned me, my love." She was no longer a woman now, no longer human. She was a thing of bone, a hideous skeletal apparition. And then the bones themselves started to fade. There was empty air where the finger bones had been, nothingness in the place of the ribs. The skull was lost into the darkness of the night. The only thing that was left was a small voice whispering, "Abandoned, abandoned." And then there was silence. I was alone. I walked unsteadily back to the security guard's office and closed the door. I built the fire up and stood inches from it, but I just couldn't get warm. I felt chilled through the marrow of my bones. The winter nights that followed were long and lonely. I was on edge, waiting for that thing to re-emerge from the darkness. But as spring turned into summer and the nights grew warmer and nothing strange occurred, I started to relax again. In early August, I was watching the passengers leave the final train when the guard waved me over. He was standing in a doorway towards the back of the train. I strolled over as he dragged a wooden box out of the train and onto the platform. It was narrow and about 4 feet long. One of the passengers left this in the luggage compartment, he told me. "It can't stay on the train, so you'll need to take it." And then he disappeared back into the train, leaving me to deal with the box. I had the key to the lost property office on my chain, so I decided the best thing to do was take the box there. It would be someone else's responsibility in the morning then. There were no handles, so I bent my knees and lifted one end to test how heavy it was. Thankfully, it was light enough for me to drag it across the concourse to the lost property office without too much effort. I let myself in and I left it by the desk. Job done, I thought, and I locked the door behind me. The rest of the shift dragged along in its usual way, and I was on my last circuit of the station before the station master was due. I wandered past the lost property office and glanced inside at the box. How could anyone leave that on a train was a mystery to me, but it wasn't my problem. I carried on my way and then stopped. I had heard a tapping sound. In the empty chamber that the station became at night, it had been clear, and it had come from inside the lost property office. I backtracked and peered through the window. I couldn't see anything wrong and was starting to wonder if it had been my imagination when the tapping had returned. It was coming from the box. My nerves began to tingle as the tapping grew louder. There was something in the box, and whatever it was restless. I took a deep breath, found the key, opened it up, and went into the lost property office to see what it was. Though dawn was close, it was still gloomy in the lost property office. I clicked on my torch, turned the beam onto the box, and reached down to see if I could open it. The top had a latch on it. I pushed the latch back and started to lift the lid. It creaked, and the tapping stopped. I paused. My heart was still beating quick and my mouth was dry. Gut instinct was telling me to close the lid and walk away, but it was too late. I could see movement through the small gap that I had made. Something was twisting and scraping, and reaching up. I watched in mounting horror as the top was pushed aside. The thing looking up at me with dark, questioning eyes was an aberration. Its pale, hairless skin was cracked and shriveled. Its hideously emaciated flesh clung to protruding bones. It might once have been the height of a grown man, but its damaged, grotesque body looked so diminished that it could fit into the constricted space of the box. I wanted to run and keep running until I escaped this waking nightmare, but all the strength had been stolen from my limbs. I could feel sweat trickle ice cold down my face, but I could not wipe it away. I could barely breathe as the thing shifted and writhed inside its box and stared at me. As its mouth opened and a hoarse whisper escaped. "You," it said. "You are not the one I paid to help me escape the mob and bring me to my new lair." Each word seemed to cause it pain, and a shudder passed through its body before it gasped. "I'm betrayed. He has betrayed me and given me over to a stranger." And then it rose. It sat and looked around at its surroundings. "Given me to a stranger and left me in a strange place," it said. "No matter, I will survive. I will hunt again and I will feed." As it hissed this last word, its dreadful gaze locked onto me once again. Its lips parted. Its razor-sharp smile was revealed. Adrenaline flooded through my body at the sight of this, and I managed to break free from the paralysis which had held me in place. I staggered backwards away from the creature, which was crawling from the box, moving on all fours, its back arched, its fangs exposed. I crashed out of the door back onto the concourse. High above, the birds cried out, as if they could sense the evil that had emerged into the station, that was dragging its foul, wasted form out of the lost property office, and getting closer and closer. There was no way that I could escape. I was helpless. I was going to die, gripped between its jaws, which were extending as I stared in terror at the creature. Once it held me, it would bite down and down until my blood ran a rich, obscene feast. I could only hope that I would pass out quick as my life was stolen from me. The burst of strength the adrenaline had given me was spent. I fell to my knees and I began to weep. The creature moved closer still. I could feel its fetid breath against my skin. I could see the desire in its dark eyes. Only then was that a moment of confusion that I saw, a flicker of fear. It was no longer looking at me. Its gaze was turning towards the roof, where the first light of dawn was reaching down through the glass to touch its skin. A wisp of smoke rose from its back, from its neck. It hissed and began to claw at its skin, but the smoke was spreading over its arms and legs. Its face was the first one to burst into flames, dark tongues of fire which danced and spat sparks out. The creature began to scream as the flames traveled across its monstrous body, consuming it. Sprawled out on the ground, I watched as the flames stripped away skin and flesh and bone, until there was nothing left that I could see. If there was ash, it was too fine for my eyes to make out. I slumped forwards and put my head in my hands. The creature had been destroyed. In the wake of this nerve-shredding encounter, the quiet routines of the night shift once more settled back into place. September was not memorable. October was dull, and I was mighty glad of this. And then November came. It was the first Friday of the month. I walked to work in the darkness under storm clouds that threatened but did not break. The street outside was quiet. There were a few passers-by and a man laying out pieces of cardboard on the pavement near one of the entrances. I had seen him every night for a week as I had arrived for my shift. When I locked up later, he was still there, huddled inside the shelter that he had made of cardboard and asleep. I had asked the policeman about the man. He had shrugged and said that there was nothing to be done unless the man was causing a nuisance. So I ignored the person sleeping outside the station and I got on with my job. That night was no different. I secured the shutters and walked the route that I always did, with welcome breaks in front of the coal fire. Shut away inside the station, it was easy to forget about the world outside, even the storm clouds, until I heard the sound of rain landing on the glass roof. It was gentle at first, a patter, but then the rain began to fall heavier and heavier. The storm had finally broken. The sound of the rain striking the glass grew. It filled the station, an assault of noise. The roof kept the rain at bay though. I was dry and safe. Unlike anyone who was caught out in the rain, I thought, they would be soaked to the skin and cold and helpless, and their shelter of cardboard would be destroyed. I frowned. I told myself that the man outside the station was not my problem, that I couldn't break the rules for him. But all around me, the tumultuous sound of the rain continued to grow more violent. I swore to myself as I made a decision. I couldn't leave him out there. I went over to the entrance near where he had been sleeping, unlocked the shutter and pulled it halfway up, just enough for me to lean out. Freezing cold rain struck me, making me screw up my eyes as I tried to see if the man was still there. He was, curled up into a ball and pressed back tight against the outer wall of the station, trying to protect himself from the cloudburst. "Hey," I called out, "in here." I wasn't sure that he could hear me over the sound of the rain, but then he looked up at me. I waved an arm, telling him to come inside. He half crawled, half stumbled towards me and under the shutter. Almost blinded now by the rain, I pulled the shutter down, locked it, and then gasped in relief. Even though I had not been exposed to the full force of the rain, I was wet through. The rain had gone through my uniform and into my boots. That was nothing, I thought, compared to the man who had made it inside. He lay on his side shaking with what I assumed was as much shock as cold. His skin, where I could see it under the sodden rags he wore, was drained of all color. I knew that he needed to get warm as soon as possible. "There's a fire," I told him, "in my office." He mumbled something and tried to move his head, but he did not even seem capable of getting to his feet. Not unless I helped him. I grabbed an arm and, muttering encouragement, got him up off the floor. He would have been too heavy for me to carry, even if he had not been made heavier by the rain in his clothes. But I could prop him up and lead him as he managed to walk. It felt like it took an age, but finally we reached the office and the fire. Using one hand, I moved a chair closer to the fire and then maneuvered him into the chair. I added more coal to the fire and then stood back, panting with the effort. The floor around the chair where he sat was already covered in a pool of water which had dripped off the man, and his head hung down over his chest. But I could see a little bit of color coming back into his cheeks. He coughed and rubbed his face, and then looked up at me, smiled weakly and said, "Thank you. I think you saved my life." I grinned, feeling cold and wet but good about myself. I figured I would leave the man to dry off and get some rest, and then he could leave in a few hours. The station master would never know that I had broken the rules, and everything would be fine. I shook myself to try and get a bit more rain off myself and then went to continue my patrol. It was time to get back to the routine. The sound of the rain had been lessened somewhat inside the office, but back out in the concourse, it was just as loud. Surely it had to end soon, I thought as I squelched my way past the lost property office in the cafe, and on, round the platforms. The rain continued undiminished though. I began to wonder if the roof would start to leak or if the storm would cause other problems. I wasn't a religious person, but my parents had taken me to services when I was a child, and one of the stories I had heard about a great flood came back to me as I looked around the station. And then I noticed movement in a tunnel and directed my torch beam that way. I saw a fox trotting out. It carried a cub in its mouth. The cub wriggled but looked healthy enough, and I wondered where the fox was taking it. With a nimble grace, the fox jumped up onto the platform and placed the cub down, and then it descended back onto the tracks and ran into the tunnel, to return a couple of minutes later with another cub. The second cub deposited on the platform, the fox encouraged both its young to walk across the station. Watching them slip away into the darkness as the rain beat down viciously, my imagination flared. I started to feel even colder. Thoughts of floods, of apocalypses filled my mind. I looked back at the tunnel. There was something else moving in there. I shone the torch beam back towards the tunnel but could not make out what I had seen. I moved closer and I peered down the tracks. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There were dozens of rats scurrying out of the tunnel and along the tracks. They were gathered together in a tight, fast-moving line of gray bodies that seemed to sparkle in places as my torch reflected off their eyes. The line grew as more and more rats appeared, all rushing forward. Soon there were hundreds, and I could no longer see the tracks under the mass of rats. I could, though, see water beginning to rush through in the wake of the rats, a filthy tide which began to engulf the first of the rats that were in its path. The other rats must have understood what was happening, as they had known to flee in the first place, because they started to climb up the sides and onto the platform, close to where I stood, too close. I began to back away. Behind them, the flood was rising. The bodies of rats were being swept along, but there were so many more that had escaped. Hundreds felt like it had become thousands as the rats ran towards me. I turned to sprint away, but as I did, my ankle twisted and I fell. I threw my hands out to break my fall, and a second later I was down and the rats were on me. I could feel their claws scraping at my skin. I saw tails flickering as they ran across my face. I wanted to cry out in fear but clamped my teeth shut to try and keep them out of my mouth. I lashed out with my hands to try to get them off me, but there were too many, and they were starting to bite, piercing my skin. I felt blood running down my face. The rats bit and tore, and I lost any semblance of control. I began to scream at them to stop. needle-sharp teeth that cut into my lips and tongue. I screamed on, crazed and terrified at the heart of the maelstrom of blood-crazed rats. Everything started to go dark, and then I felt like I was moving, falling into oblivion, I thought. A merciful release from the darkness that had descended on me. But I realized that I was not falling. I was moving at speed along the ground. It felt like I was being dragged by my collar. I managed to open my eyes. There were still rats on me, but I could see the roof through gaps in their flailing bodies. And then the roof disappeared and it was replaced by a small ceiling. There was a fire burning and I was back in the office, and a hand was pulling rats from me and throwing them away. One tried to leap back onto me but was met by the sole of a boot. It crashed backwards and then scurried away, through a door that was slammed shut. I looked up and saw a bedraggled face grinning back at me. Just a few more of the devils to get off you," the man that I had helped out of the storm said, and plucked another rat off me. I lay there for a while after this, trying to catch my breath. It felt like every part of me hurt. My uniform was almost torn to shreds as well, thanks to the rats. I was looking at it, wondering feverishly how I would explain the state of my uniform to the station master, and if I would have to pay for the damage, when the man smiled again and said, "You look worse than me." I looked at his ragged jacket and trousers and I burst out laughing. I kept laughing uncontrollably for a long time. Still feeling shaky but back in control of my emotions, I got to my feet and went out to see what state that the station was in. To my relief, the rain had stopped and the plague of rats had gone. The tracks where they had flooded were still slick with rain and the corpses of drowned rats. I became aware the man was standing next to me, looking down onto the tracks as well. Even though my hand was stinging with pain, I held it out to shake. "Thank you," I said, my voice breaking. At the end of my shift, I was sent to the hospital to have my wounds patched up. If I didn't work, I didn't get paid, so I went in as usual the next night. The station had been cleared of any signs of the flood. It looked in a lot better shape than me as I dragged my injured body through another shift. And Christmas arrived soon enough after this and was notable only for an increase in the number of sleepy drunks that I needed to escort out of the station before I locked up. The new year and the weeks
it's gonna
that
take me
followed
too long to
passed
get there.
sedately
Those corpses
enough,
are gonna
and before I
despawn.
knew it, it was almost spring.
I gotta like
One night it
confidently
was
do
around
that
3
ending
a.m.
part of the
and I
dungeon
was
and
patrolling
not
when
die.
a freight train swept into view.
Yeah, I guess that's me
The
just trying to
engine rushed
speedrun.
past and the carriages clattered along.
Let's
I had
go
seen
get some
hundreds of
gear
freight
upgrades
trains
with the
over
amount of
time
gold
that I
we
worked
made.
at the station,
Made 7 gold
and
so
in their
far,
own
so
way, they had become
maybe
a
get
part of
something
the
better
background.
than like my
And I
green
thought that
pieces
this
I've
one
got.
was
Maybe
just the
get a
same.
necklace or something.
It was another freight train on its way to a destination that I would
Trying to
never
get
know,
something like with
until
more
I heard
like
the
stand more
high-pitched sound coming from its wheels.
Maybe
It
spell
was a
power.
sudden
I don't know.
screeching noise, and then seconds later, chaos broke out. The screeching became a metallic scream, and one of the carriages came off the tracks. It tilted and rolled, still traveling at speed. I stood there, transfixed, as the carriage twisted and crashed and finally ground to a halt. Even though the cab was a long way ahead and out of sight to me, I imagined the driver of the freight train would have known something serious had happened. They must, I figured, have slammed the brakes on and should be able to alert the authorities. Left alone in the immediate aftermath of the accident, I surveyed the damage. I had no idea what the carriage was carrying and nothing had spelled out. There were no windows, and there never were, but there was a single metal door in the side. I didn't think there would be anybody inside, but I didn't want to risk even a single life on an assumption, and decided to try and check inside the carriage before phoning for help myself. This mess would need clearing in the next few hours, or else the commuter trains would not run on time. Thinking this, I pulled on the door. It was buckled and stuck firm despite me putting all my strength into my efforts. I cursed and was about to give up trying altogether and go summon help when I thought that I heard movement inside the carriage. shuffling and scraping sounds. "Hey," I cried out. "Is there someone in there?" I put my ear against the door to try and hear it better, but there was no reply. There was definitely something inside, though. I knew that sometimes the freight trains carried livestock and wondered if it was cattle that I could hear, but I wasn't sure. I hammered on the door with my fist. "Hey," I tried again. "Hey." But mine was still the only voice. I tried one last pull on the door, and this time it moved. Just a couple of inches and then nothing more. I peered through the crack to try and see, and I could make out dark shapes writhing inside. Whether it was a man or beast, I did not know. I raised my torch and shone it through the gap. It illuminated a pair of eyes, human eyes, and then I saw hands reaching out towards my light, bodies moving. I swore in shock. There were people in there. I redoubled my efforts to open the door. The people trapped inside must have understood someone was trying to free them, and I heard hands slamming against the other side of the door. The fingers appeared in the gap as well, gripping the edge of the metal. I struggled on, and the sounds inside grew more frantic. The banging sound spread the length of the carriage. My mind raced as I realized that there must be dozens of people crammed in there. I didn't have time to wonder why. I had to get them out. But no matter how hard I tried, the door would not move any further. "Listen," I called out. "I'll go and phone the police. They'll know what to do." I waited for a moment for an acknowledgement from inside that I had been understood. I didn't want them to think that I was abandoning them to their terrifying fate. But no one said anything. No one had spoken at all, in fact, which was strange. Even if they hadn't understood English, surely I would have heard voices. I stood there for a moment perplexed. And then I told myself that I needed to get a move on because these sounds of metal being struck were getting louder and louder. And now the carriage was shaking under the attack. The door was shaking violently as well. And then it cracked open, and they began to clamber out. In the gloom, they looked like ordinary men, but as they staggered into the open, I had the terrifying feeling that something was very wrong. It was the way that they were moving, slowly, seeming unsteady on their feet, the way they swayed, their arms held up in front of them, and drifting towards me, the guttural groan which came from their lips. I had to see clearly, I had to understand. I lifted the torch and pointed the beam into their midst. Fear slammed into me. Their faces shone with rage, with primal anger. Drool hung from their chins. Their skin was gray and rotted away in places to reveal the flesh beneath. Their clothes were torn and soiled. I gagged as the stench of them reached me. They had been men once like me, but now they were what remains when the humanity has been stripped away. This is what I believed as they shuffled towards me. I realized their eyes were being drawn to the torch beam, and I threw it away from me. The torch clattered to the ground and their heads turned at the sound. They paused. If the flesh of their minds was as ravaged as their skin, they had stopped for a moment because they were trying to understand what they had heard, which meant that I had a few seconds grace, a few moments to try and escape. I span around. I was dizzy, nauseous, and on the tipping point between sanity and mindless terror, but somehow I managed to put one foot in front of the other, almost tripping over myself, but I did it. I ran, wanting only to get away and not daring to look back. I imagined them instead shuffling forwards, their dark eyes all locked onto me, and the little strength that I had in my legs drained away. I stumbled, almost fell, but managed to regain my balance and careened on. I could hear them groaning behind me like the rumble of a distant storm. I was gasping desperately, trying to get air into my lungs. My chest burned, my vision blurred with sweat and tears. I staggered on. The hideous groans grew louder as the storm came closer. I looked around, desperately searching for somewhere to hide. The cafe was the closest. I had to go for it. I sprinted to the door, scrambled to get the keys out of my pocket, almost dropping them, and then struggled to get the key to the cafe door into the lock. Finally it went in and the lock turned. I hurried into the cramped space, locked the door behind me, and then crouched on the ground. And I thought, maybe they did not know that I had come into the cafe. Maybe they would walk right past me. These were the slenderest of odds, but it was all that I had. And clinging on to the faint hope, I tried to make myself as small as possible and as quiet as I could. I breathed in, clamped my mouth shut. My heartbeat pulsed in my ears. The pressure was building inside me to breathe out. It was agonizing. And it might have all been in vain if they had seen where I had gone or heard my clumsy struggles with the key. I finally had to release the breath and begin to steal regular, shallow breaths. And then I chanced to glance up. I could just about see out of the cafe's window, but there was nothing visible there, just the darkness. I listened, and there they were, just outside, groaning and shuffling, moving past the window now. I could see them, and I could make out their ragged shapes, a nightmare procession. I closed my eyes. I couldn't look anymore. Hey, if I can't see them, they can't see me. I told myself this silently, feeling like a child who knows that there's a monster waiting in the room. And the only way to survive is to hide under the covers with your eyes closed until dawn. I told myself again, moving my mouth but not speaking. If I can't see them, they can't see me. If I can't see them, they can't see me. There was, though, no escaping that terrible sound emanating from their throats. The groan, the rumble, on and on. They were a few feet away, on the other side of a brick wall, a pane of glass, a door. Such flimsy things. I hugged my knees to my chest and began to rock back and forwards. I thought about the people that I loved, about all the things that I wanted to do with my life. I would never see my parents again, my fiancé. I would never go to New York and peer up at a skyscraper.
We got some upgrades.
I would never hold my child in my arms. All of those things would be as nothing if they discovered me in my hiding place. I managed to still myself, sat unmoving and waited for fate to decide what to do with me. Time passed. In reality, it was likely only a minute or two, but time was slowed so much that it felt like an age. And I thought the sound of the groaning was a little fainter. I concentrated, trying to shut out my fears and focus only on the sound of them. Yes, I was sure of it. They were moving away from my hiding place. I wiped away the fat beads of sweat that were running down my face and grinned maniacally. Now I just needed to make it to one of the entrances, open the shutter and make good my escape. Which one though? To try and see which way was the best, I stood to get a better view out of the window. I couldn't see a thing. I moved my face closer to the glass, but it still was nothing. I exhaled in frustration. My breath misted the pane, and a hand slammed against the glass. A face peered in at me. The flesh around its bloodshot eyes had rotted away, and where its nose should have been, there was a dark cavity. The stump of a tongue flickered inside its mouth, as it looked like it was trying to speak. But all I heard was an inhuman groan. I flinched and I moved away from the window, but too late, far too late. I could see more of them approaching the window, crowding around their grotesque kin. Spittle from their open mouths smeared the glass and more hands reached out, striking the glass. I knew that it would give under the force of the blow soon, and that I had nowhere to go, no escape. I backed against a far wall and stared death in the face. Hands slammed and slammed against the window, and I saw rather than heard the first crack appear. It was a slim fissure that spread, and then fragments of glass began to shower down, and a hand broke through, reaching in up to the elbow. Fingers grasped at the air, reaching out for me. I could only watch, transfixed, as more of the window broke and the first of them stepped into the cafe. Broken glass decorated its corrupted skin. Its head turned slowly, as if it was taking in the scene. The counter where commuters were served in the day, the till, the chalkboard where the prices were written out, and me, cowering and shaking. It took a step forward. Behind it, more bodies were breaking through. All of them were staring at me, all reaching out for me. Their teeth were exposed and drool was running down their chins. And a single word was being formed in their mouths. A repeated, distorted chant. "Flesh," they growled. "Flesh." A fresh wave of terror passed through me because I knew now that they wanted to devour me. I began to scream and still they groaned. "Flesh." There was another sound as well, distant shouting, but I did not know who from. I could not think. I was about to be overwhelmed. And then a sharp and sudden noise cut through all the rest. The things paused their attack on me. Their faces turned to look in the direction that the noise had come from. A second noise, louder, sharper, came as they did, and something struck the head of one of them. It toppled forward. A third and fourth noise filled the air and two more of them fell. The one nearest to me cried out in rage and turned back to me, its teeth about to bite. A new noise came, the retort of a shot. Red splattered out from the thing's head. It fell forwards onto me. My legs gave way and I collapsed with the thing lying over me. I now know that this saved my life. There was a flurry of more sharp, cracking noises and then silence. I lay there trying to breathe, my mind racing as I tried to understand what had happened. And then I heard voices, words being shouted. "All escape test subjects are neutralized," someone yelled. "Check them, make sure," another voice cried out. And moments later, the body that covered me was dragged away, and I found myself looking up into the face of a young man. He was wearing a beret with a metal insignia on it and a khaki uniform. He frowned and then looked over his shoulder and shouted, "Sir, I've found a civilian. He's alive." I had survived. In the years that followed, I married and went on a honeymoon to New York, and I looked up in awe at the buildings which soared around me. 2 years after the wedding, our first child was born, and I held him in my arms and cried. I had a new job by then. I was working in an office, and when I passed through the railway station, I was just one more commuter on a busy, bright day. I looked around though as I waited for my train, and a shiver would pass through me as I remembered the terrors.
Okay, that's
that the
probably
night
gotta
had
be my
brought.
biggest kill, like, poll, actually. Like, what was that? The other one was 21. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30 mob pull right there, holy fuck. I'm getting better at this. What if I just like did that each time and just reset? That would like be hella experience for like someone like level 10, right? I'd imagine. That's gotta be 30 damn mobs. Like almost everything on that side, almost everything kind on that side. Everything else will be minuscule. That's like the biggest pull I could do, I'd imagine. It was like over 1000 DPS at some points. Yeah, damn. So what if I just redo that every time? Or time that? Oh no, that'd be like less than a minute or something, huh? That is a lot of loot. For the amount of effort put into it. Like goddamn, let's go sell this shit.
It started with my 10th grade English teacher, Mr. Baldwin, showing up late for class. Before his arrival, several of my classmates had made the usual joke about being legally allowed to go home if Mr. Baldwin didn't show up after 15 minutes. That's right. Kids have been making that joke going as far back as the 80s.
I mean,
But after
there was a
15
point where
minutes
I
and
was in
Mr.
high
Baldwin
school and
still
like the
hadn't
teacher
shown
just
up,
didn't show up, so we all
a
just
sense
fucked
of
off.
unease started to creep its way into the class.
Supposed to do wait in the class for like
No
the
one
whole
laughed or
like
got out of their desks.
period. I don't know.
We simply sat there and watched the clock tick away. I guess teachers play hooky too, my best friend Owen said to me. Owen Fielder was a sardonic and sometimes aloof boy, with dark hair and a fair appearance that I was envious of. What do you suppose English teachers do when they play hooky, Pete? You think Mr. Baldwin is curled up with a dictionary somewhere? It's not just him, I said, suppressing a laugh and hooking a thumb behind me. There was an empty desk there. Larson never came today either. Hal Larson was a quiet boy. He was genuinely good-humored but always so quiet. I had run into Hal outside of school over the weekend and he had said something strange, but I tried not to think about it. No one had showed much concern about his absence. After all, students were absent all the time. Kids got sick or they played hooky. But teachers, well, teachers were always there now, weren't they? And when they weren't, there was always a substitute in their place, ready to prove themselves. Maybe they're both dead. A boy sitting behind me said. His name was Caleb Summers. Not that I would mind. One less boring teacher and one less numbnuts in the world. No, I wouldn't mind that at all. Good riddance. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. Shut up, rat boy, Owen said. Once in 8th grade, a rat had found its way into the school. When Caleb saw it, he screamed a high-pitched scream and nearly fainted. Since then, Owen had gotten to calling him Rat Boy. Normally, I wouldn't be one for name-calling, but Caleb Rat Boy Summers was a shrewd and nasty kid, and he had a tendency to get on people's nerves. He was like a mosquito that kept buzzing at you and wouldn't stop, no matter how many times you swatted him away. The nickname was well suited for him. "Oh, bite me, Fielder," Caleb said, and he gave Owen the finger. "I would rather bite into a cyanide capsule," Owen said, flipping the bird in return. "You shouldn't say things like that, Caleb," another boy said. He had a not-so-subtle southern drawl that I always found endearing. His name was Chester Higby. "What if they really got hurt?" "Oh, screw off, you hick," Caleb said. "I'm sure they're both fine, probably making out somewhere." The banter eventually died out and a terrible silence had taken over the class. Then approximately 35 minutes after class was supposed to have started, Mr. Baldwin stepped into the room. His face was pale and sweaty, and he looked nothing like the cool and hip English teacher that I was used to seeing at the start of every day. He looked tired, so very, very tired. "Hey guys," Mr. Baldwin said in a pallid voice. "Hey guys." Normally Mr. Baldwin would start the day with a hearty, "Morning class," and whenever we didn't respond enthusiastically enough, he would say it in an even louder voice. "I said good morning class." I don't know any other way of saying this, so I'll just come out with it. Mr. Baldwin said, Your classmate, Hal Larson, is dead. I was just in a meeting with the rest of the faculty. We're canceling school for the day. You're welcome to use the phone in this room or in the main office to call your parents if you need to. We'll also have grief support later this week for those of you that need that. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just so very sorry." A sort of dumb shock had taken over our class. Mr. Baldwin started sobbing, and it was weird seeing him cry. You never saw teachers cry. Occasionally, you saw them at the supermarket, and that was strange enough, but you never saw them cry. No one said anything for what felt like an eternity, and then a girl started sobbing as well. Other students had similar reactions, and some asked Mr. Baldwin what had happened, but he wouldn't say. But most of us just hung our heads in a kind of numb sorrow. This was the first time that I had experienced a death this close. Sure, I had distant relatives that died, but I saw Hal Larson every day of the week. And now he was dead. It felt unreal. I thought the encounter that I had with Larson outside of school, I had tried to forget it, but it was hard to forget now. The memory rang loud in my head. "Pete, you're not going to believe it," Larson had said, running up to me a couple of days ago. His face was sweaty and he was more energetic than usual, and he had a very intense look in his eyes. "I just saw my dead dog, man, and he was glowing. He was glowing. I missed him so much. I saw him, I swear it." Before I could even respond, he ran off. I shook away the memory and I looked back at Caleb. When our eyes met, a defensive look came over his face. "What are you looking at, Pete? It's not like I didn't think he was actually." But his voice trailed off and he simply looked away in shame. Of course, rumors immediately started flying about how Hal Larson had died. The sort of low and nasty kind of gossip that only high schoolers can make. It wasn't until the evening news that we found out more details. Hal Larson's body had been found near a pond, completely lifeless. There had been no signs that he had drowned, and there were no signs of a struggle. The police said that they were treating the case as a potential homicide, but they weren't ruling out drugs or some kind of illness. It was all the information that we were given. School resumed the next day, but it was anything but a normal day. The school had brought over grief counselors and experts who spoke to us at length about dealing with death and letting it all out. The police came as well and asked if anybody knew anything. I told them about my encounter with Hal, what he had said about his dog, but the officers just looked at me with raised eyebrows and then dismissed me, like I was some annoying child. In between classes, as kids walked to and fro in the hallway, more rumors spread. "Aliens, man. It was the aliens that got him. He obviously OD'd. I got a cousin that OD'd. Hey, you got any more pills? What if there's really a killer out there? Oh Jesus, oh Jesus." I swear that I saw him the other day. He said that he saw his dead dog. Isn't that kind of strange? He said his dog was glowing. I don't know, he was into some weird stuff, man. He was such a sweet guy. He was horrible. He was in with the wrong people. Oh Jesus, what if I'm next? It's wrong, Chester said in one of our afternoon classes. All these terrible things people are saying about Larson, it just ain't right. Savages, Owen said. The guy hasn't been cold for more than 24 hours and people are piling on him. It makes me want to hurl. But what do you think happened? I asked sincerely. I hated the gross rumors as well, but there was a part of me that deeply wanted to know why Larson had died. His death was a total mystery. It was almost as if the life had been sucked from his body. I had told Owen and Chester about my encounter with Larson, and neither of them could make any sense of it. I don't know, Owen said sadly. I don't want to know. I hope it was peaceful, Chester said. I hope whatever happened, he went peacefully. Nobody dies peacefully, Caleb muttered under his breath. Shut up, rat boy, Owen said, turning toward Caleb in disgust. Nobody asked you, and stop saying creepy stuff like that. And Caleb made a face at Owen but said nothing else. It seemed to me that he was still dejected and ashamed of the comments that he had made the other day, back when we all thought that Larson was alive. To make matters worse for Caleb, more and more people were finding out about what he had said. Maybe they're both dead. Not that I would mind, no, I wouldn't mind that at all. High school gossip was like a terrible game of telephone. Somebody said one thing, and that one thing was stretched and pulled and changed until it no longer resembled the original thing that it once was. Words were like wind, always flowing and changing direction. It was Summers, man. It was Summers that did Larson in. You hear what Summers said. He said, I wish I had killed Larson. No, he said that he did kill Larson. Didn't you hear? Summers hated Larson. He had been planning this for years. Yeah, Summers is messed up in the head. He's a freak. Glowing said his dog was glowing. Well, how did Summers do it? Oh God, what if I'm next? Oh, Summers is gonna get his. It didn't matter what Caleb actually said. His words had taken on a new life, and words eventually reached the adults about Caleb's little joke, or one of the telephoned versions of it, and the police came to speak with him. Nothing came out of it, legally at least, but from that point on, whenever Caleb had walked the hallways, people would step away from him, like he smelled or he had the plague. People would sneer and somebody pushed him into a locker. And Caleb Summers had become a leper. I almost feel sorry for Summers, Owen said one day after school. We were watching Caleb leave the school and some kids were heckling him. Almost. Oh, come on, Owen, I said. Caleb, he sucks, but he doesn't deserve this. Doesn't deserve it, Owen said, irritated. This is Caleb Summers that we're talking about here. The same Caleb Summers that laughed at Molly Hansen when her cat went missing. The same Caleb Summers that called Darren Lowe a you-know-what. The same Caleb Summers that cut Larry McDaniel's bicycle tires. As far as I'm concerned, Rat Boy is getting what he deserves. I guess, I said, but he didn't have anything to do with Larson. This is high school, Pete, Owen said matter-of-factly. So Rat Boy will get hazed a little bit. No one actually believes he's the killer. By next week, people will have forgotten all about him. I could do nothing but shrug and hope that that was the case. A vigil was held for Hal Larson on Friday night. It was a beautiful ceremony that took place on the high school's athletic field. Larson's parents spoke, and many of his teachers and classmates were scheduled to speak as well. Everybody lit candles and the whole field was bright with little orange flames. I was with Owen and Chester near the back. I hope I never see my mom cry like that, Chester said. God, that was hard to take. I feel so bad for his parents. I don't know if my mom would be happy or sad if I died, Owen said. I couldn't tell if he was joking. It was hard to tell sometimes. I wonder if I would get a vigil like this if I died, I thought morbidly. Mr. Baldwin had taken the stage and was giving a speech, but his voice had faded away into the background because of what I saw. I saw 3 people who were walking away from the vigil. Even in the dark, I could tell one of them was unmistakably Caleb. The other 2 figures were leading Caleb into the school. No, forcing him was more like it. I nudged Owen and Chester and I pointed at the three figures moving in the dark. "Oh, this is not good," Chester said. "Yeah, we have to check it out," I said urgently. Do we have to?" Owen said, but eventually sighed. "All right, let's go." The three of us put out our candles and made our way to the school entrance and slipped inside the building. We walked down the school's darkened hallways. It was eerie being in school after dark. It didn't take long to find them. They were in the gymnasium. It was the screaming that gave them away. When we walked into the gym, Caleb was on the ground in tears and his nose was bleeding. Two students were standing over him. One of them was kicking Caleb, kicking him hard. The student who wasn't doing the kicking was Alan Hawks. He was the quarterback of our football team. Alan in a lot of ways was unlike most jocks. He was an all-around decent guy who was nice to everybody. He hung out with the other jocks, but he would also play cards with the nerds. He had a vast comic book collection, aced every test, and he could sling a football 60 yards without even trying. He was a total Boy Scout, but tonight he towered over Caleb like some sort of vengeful Greek god. The other boy was Trevor Madison. If Alan was Superman, Trevor was his Lex Luthor. He was fond of leather jackets and he smoked on the regular. He didn't care about school spirit or football games and he flunked at almost everything. I don't think that he had ever read a comic book in his life. He was the one who was kicking Caleb. Alan Hux and Trevor Madison were both on two opposite ends of the high school spectrum, and seeing the two of them standing together was a surreal experience. Superman and Lex Luthor had joined forces. There had been so much heat on Caleb this week, so much frustration taken out of him, and now it had all come to this boiling point, where two students stood over him, like a pair of lions ready to pounce on a gazelle. "What is going on here?" I said. Alan and Trevor turned around. Caleb looked up, but there was no relief on his face. "What does it look like?" Trevor Madison said, and there was a maddening gleam in his eyes. "We're giving Summers what he deserves." I didn't do it," Caleb said out of breath. "Shut up," and Madison gave him another kick. "Hey, stop that," I yelled. "Come on, Alan, this is insane, he didn't do anything." "What about you, Fielder?" Alan said darkly, and his face, which was normally so cheery, was a cold slab of stone. "You hate Summers as much as anybody. You don't think he deserves a butt kicking." "I think," Owen said, and there was a slight hesitation in his voice. He looked at Caleb's pathetic form on the ground and gave another sigh. "I think Pete's right. Much as I don't like Rat Boy, he's no killer. We were all there when he said what he actually said. It was a dumb joke and it was in poor taste, but that's all. He didn't even know Larson was dead at the time." "You boys are taking this way too far," Chester said softly. "You didn't hear what he said tonight," Alan said coldly. "Tell him what you said." "Yeah, go on, Summers, tell him," Trevor said. "Tell him what you told us, you freak." At first it didn't seem like Caleb would say anything. He simply rubbed his bloody nose on his shoulder and spit on the gym floor. And then he spoke. His voice was pallid and pitiful sounding. "I saw him. I saw Larson. I saw him tonight, and he was glowing." No one said anything. We simply stared at him in dumb shock. In the back of my head, I thought of my encounter with Larson. I could tell that Chester and Owen were thinking the same thing. Glowing? Larson had said that his dead dog was glowing. And then Alan spoke. He came running up to the vigil saying this nonsense. "Larson's alive, Larson's alive." Can you imagine? It's bad enough what's been said about him this week. He couldn't just stay away tonight. Couldn't just leave it alone. He had to come and try to rile everybody up with this BS. At Larson's vigil, for crying out loud. Imagine if Larson's parents had heard him. "You should have stayed away, Summers, and nobody wants to see your face." And so Hux and I got the idea of bringing him in here and giving him some justice, Trevor said. And again there was that maddening gleam in his eyes again. We got him away before anybody else could hear him. I gotta admit I didn't know that Hux had it in him. Alan didn't say anything. He simply looked down at Caleb with complete disgust. I saw him, Caleb said, and there was no hysteria in his voice. He spoke as if every word was true. Trevor brought up his leg for another kick. No, wait, I said, and I bent down to get eye level with Caleb. His face was a mess of blood, snot, and tears. I had gone to school with Caleb for years. He had not been a nice kid. He lied and said terrible things, poked at too many people. But there was something about what he said. Maybe he was lying, but what if he wasn't? What do you mean you saw Larson? I saw him, Caleb said hoarsely. I saw him by the park, not too far from the pond. He was glowing and smiling. He waved to me. I swear he did. I know that he's dead, but I saw him. Oh, give me a break, Trevor said, and he connected another kick with Caleb's stomach. Caleb groaned, and it seemed to me that Madison was enjoying all this a bit too much. Stop that, I said, and then I shoved Trevor. What's your problem? Trevor said in response. He raised one of his fists, and his knuckles were flaked with scabs and dry blood, probably from his countless other fights. You want some of this too? Why are you defending him? Alan said. Well, what if he's telling the truth? I knew how ridiculous it sounded the moment the words came out of my mouth, but there was something about Larson's death that I couldn't ignore. His body had been discovered by a pond, completely lifeless. There had been no sign of a struggle, and so far no official statement on his death. What if something had gotten Larson? Something terrible, like out of a nightmare or a campfire story. Something that lurks in the dark but glows when it wants to be seen. I know this sounds crazy, I said, but I ran into Larson before he died. He said he told me that he saw his dead dog. He said his dog had been glowing. You started that, Alan said, raising an eyebrow. I thought it was just another BS rumor floating around. It's true, I said defensively. I did run into Larson and he did tell me that. And now Caleb is saying something similar. Well, because he heard the rumor, Trevor interjected. He heard about what Larson said and how he's trying to spin his own BS on it to rile people up. I don't doubt that you did run into Larson, Alan said to me, and I believe he did tell you that he saw his dead dog. Maybe he was onto something. Maybe he was messing with you, who knows? There's a lot that we don't know about Hal Larson, only that he didn't deserve to die. But Summers here, Summers I don't believe. Summers is a parasite and he was trying to disrupt the vigil. That I can't let stand. But what if Caleb is telling the truth too? I said thoughtfully. And what if Larson really did see his dead dog, and he went looking for it and then it got him? And maybe now that same thing that got Larson is pretending to be Larson. Again, I was painfully aware of how ridiculous it all sounded. Do you hear what you're saying? Trevor said. Larson got done in by something pretending to be his dead dog. You're worse than Summers, at least he knows that he's full of it. I admit it sounds far-fetched, Chester said, but I've heard of strange things like this back in Louisiana. There are folklore, legends, and such. Yeah, and maybe the boogeyman is real too, Trevor said mockingly. In fact, I think that I saw Sandy Claus last year. Only he wasn't delivering presents. He was stooping a hooker behind the convenience store. Ho ho ho. I don't buy any of it, Alan said. You're just trying to prevent the inevitable. Summers was gonna get his butt beat sooner or later. Stop protecting him. Well, why don't we just go and check it out? Owen said. He had been quiet for a while and I could tell that he was having trouble with the situation. He didn't like Summers, but Owen wasn't a bad guy. And he wouldn't want somebody getting beat up like this, especially if they were telling the truth. Maybe Summers is lying or maybe he isn't. There's only one way to find out, isn't there? Let's just go to the park and see if anything's there. No one said anything. The only sound was Caleb's pitiful wheezing. And then a look came over Alan. It was a look of regret and shame. as if he finally realized what he and Trevor had been doing. He looked down at Caleb's bloody figure and winced. He looked more like a Boy Scout I knew him to be. Fine, Alan said soberly. We'll check it out. He even bent down and helped Caleb to his feet. Caleb tried to push away, but Trevor latched one of his arms around him. But if there aren't any dead dogs or glowing boys, Trevor said, and another mad smile crossed his face, then we'll really give you something to talk about, Summers. The 6 of us made our way out on one of the school's side entrances. We were away from the vigil, which was still going strong. I could hear the sound of these school choirs singing. On this side of the neighborhood, there wasn't anybody else in sight. We walked down with Alan and Trevor in the vanguard, Chester and Caleb in the middle, and Owen and I in the rear. For all the beatings that he had taken, Caleb was walking strong and seemed more composed now. Alan and Trevor would continuously look back at Caleb to make sure that he didn't try to run away. Do you really believe this? Owen asked me quietly. I don't know, I said, but it didn't sound like Caleb was lying. Yeah, okay, but Pete, if he isn't lying, what are we going to do if we run into this thing?
Someone actually just whispered me, if there's any room, like, as if I'm already a professional goddamn, like, RFC booster. Not just yet, I gotta learn these pulls and what my limits are, what I can pull, so I'm not dying mid-run and, like, ruining people's experience per hour. But eventually,
here we are,
I could be making gold from looting and from, like, people paying me up front for 5 runs. Like, I think I'll charge 50 silver a run.
I swear that he was right
for 5 runs, rather. I think that makes sense. Like, just that first part where I do, like, a huge pull. I think then I'll do RFC pulls there, and I'll count how much mobs are. And I don't know how much experience it is, but we'll see.
Did he come to the vigil just to mess with everybody? To dance on Larson's grave?
I also need.
You said he was glowing, Summers. You said that you
I also need to get.
Show us it.
Like intellect neck.
These guys are gonna break you in two.
Like rings. There's a few pieces.
Well, there ain't no one else here but us, Sunshine. Trevor said.
Just to increase my overall shit. My output.
Darkly. He was here. I saw him. I saw him. Caleb said in a panicky voice. Sweat had broken out on his face, and the rivulet streaked through the dry blood. Guys, come on, I said. But Owen placed a hand on my shoulder and shook his head. Hux was 6'3" and was nothing but muscle, and Madison had years of experience of getting into dirty brawls. I wouldn't be able to stop them any more than I could stop the sun from rising each morning. And now Caleb Summers was going to get his. What's going on here? We all turned toward the sound of the voice. There was a policeman walking down the road toward us. Caleb didn't waste a moment. With Alan and Trevor distracted, he immediately ran the other direction into the dark. He was gone in seconds. Alan Hux, is that you? The officer said when he finally got near enough. Every cop in town knew Alan Hux. He was the star of our high school, the pride of our little perfect town. Madison, is that you too? Every cop also knew Trevor Madison, though obviously for different reasons. It's me, sir, Alan said. What are you boys doing out here? The officer said, eyeing the 5 of us suspiciously. He seemed just as surprised as I had been to see Hux and Madison. We just left the vigil, Alan said. We're all
I know I did a big pull like this not too long ago, like an hour ago, like it was like 21 mobs, or there was something even bigger, like 30 mobs. I'd have to go back to the VOD to see where I did that huge pull, if I could recreate it.
See another boy here.
Maybe I'm just not putting Living Flame on the right target type of deal, to where I could like gather them all up and start like pre-healing before everything gets to me.
The officer said somewhat darkly. I sure as heck don't know what's going on here, but you boys go home now. There's no curfew yet, but that may change. Go on now. The officer made a shooing motion with the back of his hand, and the 5 of us started down the road. Eventually, Alan and Trevor split off from us and disappeared like rays into the night. You almost made me believe, Pete. Owen said when it was just the three of us left. Can you imagine if something had shown up in the park? It'll only get worse for Summers now, Chester said bleakly. Hux and Madison won't let this go. They'll tell others what Summers said tonight, and it's gonna get real bad for him. He needs to stop stirring stuff up, Owen said. I mean, coming to Larson's vigil tonight saying the things that he said. What did he think was going to happen? At that, Chester and I merely shook our heads. What had Caleb Summers been thinking? What did he hope to achieve by being such an annoying pest? Was it some kind of retaliation for the way that he had been treated by the others this week? Didn't he realize that he was making things infinitely worse? Why would he lie about seeing Larson in the park? And couldn't he feel the fervor that was taking over the school, the town even? Didn't he know people were upset about Larson's death, not just the tragedy but the mystery of it all? Didn't he understand that Larson's death was a blotch on our perfect little town and people were screaming for answers, screaming for justice? I saw him. He was glowing. Things did get worse for Caleb Summers after all. Hux and Madison told people about Caleb's antics at the vigil, and word spread very fast. If he hadn't been already, then there was no doubt that Caleb was now public enemy number one, as far as our high school was concerned. More and more people started shoving him in the hallway. Teachers who would normally put a stop to that simply looked the other way. Once while walking down the hall, I even saw Mr. Rathers bump into Caleb. He bumped him so hard that Caleb nearly fell over. Mr. Rathers didn't even acknowledge Caleb. He simply kept walking. As for Caleb himself, well, he looked like a walking ghoul. His face and body were bruised from the beating that Alan Trevor had given him the other day. His skin had gone a sickly pale from all the stress, and his eyes were constantly narrowed, as if he was always expecting some sort of attack. He didn't speak much either. He simply kept his head down, only darting his eyes up every once in a while to make sure that nobody was coming up behind him. Caleb was once a lively person who would often say terrible or nasty things, but now he was like a scarecrow. A walking scarecrow that said nothing. A scarecrow that constantly looked over its shoulder, for fear of having its straw ripped out. Did you hear what Summers had said at the vigil? Can you believe it? Yeah, he said that he killed Larson and admitted to it right out in the open. I heard that he had a bomb on him. He was planning on taking everybody out right there and then. Yeah, Summers said he's gonna do it again. Who do you think that will get it next? Summers, man, watch out for that guy. Oh God, oh God. Glowing? He said he was glowing. And worst of all, Caleb Summers was alone. He had no friends, no confidence, no one to protect him in any way. He was on an island surrounded by sharks, hundreds of them. Owen and Chester had cautioned me against trying to comfort Caleb or help him in any way, for fear that some of Caleb's would-be attackers would turn their attention to me, especially since I was the one that had started the rumor about Larson saying that he saw his dead dog. No grief ever got back to me though. It only ever was targeted at Caleb. I still felt bad for him, even though he had lied about seeing Larson in the park. But did he lie though? Are you still sure that he lied, Pete? Are you okay with what's happening right now? I wasn't okay with it. There was a part of me that still believed Caleb. Believed that he had seen Larson in the park days after he had died. The same way that Larson had seen his dead dog. There was something lurking in our town, lurking in the shadows, and it was preying on people, but no one was noticing it. No one but Larson and Caleb. It was Caleb versus the rest of the school for days on end. Caleb couldn't even take the school bus anymore. The kids on there would crowd around and gang up on him. And the bus driver would simply whistle and keep on driving. He had to run home at the end of every school day. Some kids would follow him on bikes and throw things at him. It was terrifying how quickly people had turned on Caleb. We know that it was you, Summers. We know that it was you. Yeah, what were Larson's last words, you killer? What did he say, killer? Why'd you come to the vigil, Summers? Why did you come to the vigil? Oh God, I think I'm next. Glowing, I swear that he was glowing. Yeah, somebody should just put an end to summers. Through all of it though, Caleb never said anything, never fought back. He took their jeers and punches on the chin. He simply trucked on like a scarecrow floating down a river. It didn't matter how many stones the scarecrow ran into, or how many branches it got snagged on. It simply kept floating down the river, even as it lost all of its straw. Eventually, Caleb ran out of straw. He was found dead just a couple of weeks after Hal Larson had died. His body had been found not too far from the park where he claimed he saw Larson the night of the vigil. According to the reports, his death was eerily identical to that of Larson as well. There were no indications of how he died and no signs of a struggle. He had a couple scrapes and bruises from his continuous tormentors, but other than that, it was as if the life had been sucked out of him. At first, I thought that maybe one of my classmates had taken things too far, that Huxer Madison had finally decided to give Caleb what he deserved once and for all. Had decided to put an end to Caleb Ratboy Summers. But I knew that wasn't true. No one from my school killed Caleb, not directly at least. Caleb had been killed by the same thing that had killed Hal Larson. A thing that lurked in the shadows yet seemed to glow as well. A thing that could take the appearance of a dead dog or a dead schoolboy. But in some ways, maybe my school was still responsible. Maybe they had picked on Caleb one too many times. Maybe Caleb went searching for that thing that lurked in the shadows, hoping that it would put him out of his misery. In the end, it had. Caleb Summers was dead. After Caleb's death, our school closed down for a couple of days and a strict curfew was put in place. A strange thing happened after his death. It was as if the violent fervor that everybody had against Caleb had broke, and a sort of shame and disgust had come over my classmates. Shame for how they had treated him, yet even though their shame was clear to see on their faces, none of them would admit to how badly they had treated Caleb. Oh, poor Caleb, he was such a nice guy. He was an angel, wasn't you? Can't believe he died. Oh, I hung out with him at Larson's vigil, nicest guy in the world. Let's pour a toast out for Summers. To Caleb Summers. Oh God, I still think I'm next. They're all pretending like it never happened. Owen said to Chester and I one day. We were hanging out in my backyard, and the curfew wouldn't be for another hour. Like Rat, like Summers, wasn't on top of everybody's crap list for weeks on end. We're guilty in all this, Chester drawled. We should have listened to you, Pete. We should have stuck up for Caleb. It all went too far. It doesn't matter now, I said gloomily. Do you think whatever got Larson got Caleb? The glowy thing, Chester asked, and there was clear fear in his eyes. I simply nodded. After that, Chester left, saying that he had to be home soon. It was just Owen and I, and for a while neither of us spoke. And then Owen said, "Did I ever tell you that I was best friends with Summers when we were kids?" I shook my head. It's true. Back in elementary school, before you boys moved here, I used to hang out with him all the time on the weekends. Our houses aren't that far apart, and he got me a pop gun for one of my birthdays. Can you believe that? I still have it somewhere buried in my room. The strange thing is, I can't remember why we stopped being friends. It's just a blur to me, Pete. One day we were friends and the next day we weren't. One day I was hanging out with him and the next day I was hanging out with you and Chester. Why do kids stop being friends with each other? Why do they stop, Pete? When did he stop being Caleb Summers to me and become Rat Boy? I wish I could say sorry to him. God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry too, was all that I could say. Eventually, Owen left. It got dark and curfew set in. The stars were out and the moon was bright. There was a small open field behind my house and I was going to go inside when something caught my eye. There was somebody standing in the field. It was Caleb Summers, and he was glowing. "Caleb, is that you?" I said in shock. I hopped my backyard's fence and ran into the field. It was Caleb. His skin was white and there was a glow to him. He was waving at me and he was smiling, gesturing for me to come closer. I felt as if I were in a trance. I needed to get closer to him. I had to get closer. "Caleb, I can't believe it's you." And then it happened. Caleb Summers vanished. What was standing in the field instead was something black and oozy like tar with tentacles like a squid. It had red eyes and they glared at me hungrily. One of its tentacles made a swoop at me, but I quickly jumped back. I gave a shout and then ran back to my house. I jumped over the fence, ran inside the back door of my house, and I locked it. I fell against the door, gasping. I knew instantly what I had just encountered. It had been the thing that killed Hal Larson and Caleb Summers, the thing that lurked in the shadows of our perfect little town. I had only survived because it had mistakenly dissolved its illusion a moment too soon. Had it pretended to be Caleb for only a second longer. Eventually, our little perfect town went back to normal. School and life resumed. No one died for the rest of the school year, and during the summer, I found out that my father had gotten a job in California, and we moved away from that town. Owen, Chester, and I said that we would always stay in touch, but eventually that stopped and I lost contact with them. I haven't spoken to them in years. I never forgot about them though, or about Hal Larson and Caleb Summers. Part of me wants to go back to that perfect little town, see if Owen and Chester are still there. I wonder what they've been up to all these years. But another part of me is afraid. Afraid that when I walk those streets at night, I'll see something glowing in the dark. And it'll be Caleb Summers waving at me. Caleb Summers smiling and glowing. This show is also sponsored by BetterHelp. During the holiday season, a lot of stress can be placed on trying to find the perfect gift for your loved ones. But through all of that, don't forget about getting a gift for yourself. So, whether it might be by starting therapy or going easier on yourself during the tough moments, or treating yourself to a day of complete rest, remember to give yourself some love this holiday season. With BetterHelp, your counselor is available 24/7 via messaging and for scheduled weekly video or phone sessions. It lets you skip the awkward waiting room experience that you would get in in-person therapy. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. In the season of giving, give yourself what you need with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MrCreeps today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MrCreeps. We didn't mean to do what we did to Mrs. Westerfield. Mrs. Westerfield was an old woman. She couldn't hear properly, and we often had to yell out our answers so that she could understand us. She wasn't a bad teacher in terms of education. I actually learned a lot from her when I was focusing on my work. I guess it was her attitude that caught our attention. She called us toxic brats and repeatedly said that we were our parents' mistakes. I don't mean saying it like, "Oh, you kids." I mean she was looking us in the eye and telling us that our parents should have used protection. We thought that she was joking around at first, but then Nate Isaacs threw a paper airplane at her head, and she completely snapped, twisting around and telling him that he would amount to nothing, right in his face. Imagine an 80-something-year-old looming over your desk with a glass eye screaming at you. Nate thought that it was hilarious. We all did. It was so out of place. Sure, we were used to her scowling and grumbling under her breath, but she had never confronted one of us before, with such confidence too. She had all these stories of working in the government before she became a teacher. I found it hard to believe that our ancient math teacher was a high-profile government agent, though she did tell some interesting stories. When we asked her what exactly it was that she did, she got tight-lipped and refused to say. Apparently, she would be spilling government secrets. Mrs. Westerfield wore the exact same blouse with the exact same stain on her collar every day. Jack, who was usually the teacher's pet type of kid, innocently asked if she was wearing the same blouse, and she called him a little runt. Granted, Jack Torres did look like a sewer rat, though this set us off into full-blown hysterics, and the madder she became, the funnier it was. And so the teasing began. I can confidently say the main culprit was Nate himself. We weren't the type of class who were supposed to get along, and Nate Isaacs was definitely the quiet type of kid who sat at the back and listened to his music. Mrs. Westerfield had affected him though. She had an effect on all of us. I had never been a bully. I mean, none of us had. Sure, I had witnessed it in small doses, but I had never been one. Mrs. Westerfield changed that. I like to think that she was a witch. That she was the one who made us act like that, which set off the events leading to her death. Because no matter who we were outside of our 4th period math, we all came together with a mutual hate for our sociopathic math teacher. It wasn't really hate. I never hated Mrs. Westerfield. That's what I told the cops when we were accused of murder. Every school has its bad apples, right? Well, that was us, or at least what we were turned into. I'm not sure how to explain the effect that she had on us, and it was even harder to tell the sheriff, who just nodded and smiled and wrote nothing down. How do you explain a realistic type of magic? The type I was sure had been cast over us because none of us had a logical explanation as to why we acted like this, except for magic. It's like one day we were normal 16-year-olds worrying about global politics, the state of the world, and if prom was going to be canceled for the 2nd year in a row. But then we were this weird tactical squad turned to fond family, and we bonded through our pranks on our teacher. I didn't really have a family of my own. I mean, I did. Mom worked nights and spent most of her free time on Facebook, and Dad just didn't come home. When Nate Isaacs jumped onto a desk one day suggesting gluing toilet paper to the ceiling with a slightly manic look in his eyes, you would think a group of 17-year-olds would roll their eyes and tell him to stop acting like a baby. Except no. Nate had become our unofficial leader. If I talk about this effect like some kind of disease, maybe it will help me get the message across. Because that is what it felt like. Do you know that giddy feeling you got as a kid? It was like that, but tenfold, like being high. I didn't think logically. I didn't judge anyone or laugh at their stupidity. It was exactly like being a carefree kid again, uncaring and completely wild with no sense of right or wrong. Sometimes I would catch myself scribbling on our whiteboard, laughing with the others, and it would hit me in a rush of clarity. What was I doing? Before that fog would take over again and I was lost to the clouds in the idea that what we were doing was hilarious. There were moments when I started to question if something was in the air. Maybe it was the time that Nate Isaacs instigated a paint fight. Nate was not the type to act like this. He was radio silent in every class. He was smart and spoke like he had been chewing on a dictionary. Mrs. Westerfield's 4th period math, however, it was almost like he was in some manic trance, becoming the class clown. He looked funny, I mean a fully grown guy jumping around on a desk like a kid, laughing hysterically while gluing scraps of toilet paper to the ceiling must be alarming to some people, right? But to us, this weird effect was spreading. I joined in with the others until we had successfully ruined the ceiling and almost given our teacher a coronary. I think it was the thrill of seeing her reactions. Initially it was anger. She screamed at us, which made us laugh even more. But then it became annoyance, which gradually turned to psycho. And so we kept doing it, this time with pen lids. We started off small, and as these pranks grew more frequent, we started hanging out together more. On Tuesday nights, we would gather at the diner and share milkshakes, brainstorming our next prank. There was nothing else to do in our small town except watch a movie or go to the park. Our base of operations was at the town diner, and when we were exposed by a snitch, we moved to the town lake. In summer, we dragged along picnic baskets in our swimsuits, and in the fall, we gathered around a campfire and told scary stories. It started off innocently. We weren't technically doing anything wrong. I was surprised that she didn't tell the principal after the toilet paper incident. It was Nate's idea to fake a zombie outbreak. We had fake blood from the theater kids, and the group of us were pretty good actors. What we weren't expecting, though, was for Mrs. Westerfield to collapse when three of us, freshly zombified, lunged at her with bared teeth and fake blood running down our chin, pretending to bite out her throat. I didn't think that we looked that realistic. We couldn't afford eye contact and the blood was too thick. But I didn't think of the consequences of scaring an old woman. Things got pretty real super fast. Mrs. Westerfield had suffered a heart attack, and in the ambulance on the way to the emergency room, she had died. The problem was, though, I didn't remember any of this. My brain completely blanked from my classroom to the sheriff's station. Immediately, we were brought in for questioning and the spell was broken. It felt like something had been severed inside both my brain and my thoughts. A physical and then mental cut. Like a bond being broken. I remember spending almost 8 hours inside the sheriff's station, feeling like I had just woken up from a trance. When we were first taken in, the 12 of us thought that it was funny somehow, and we were still laughing like kids. But it was when we were told that our teacher was dead, that was when everybody kind of stopped, and my brain turned topsy-turvy, a sour paste creeping up my throat. I blinked and the world around me was so much more gray. My zombie makeup looked childish and wrong in the mirror when I had to run to the bathroom to empty my guts. Catching my reflection was like waking up. I was Noah Samuels, 17 years old, and that's who I was. It took a while for me to remember that, for my name to come rushing back like for the last few months I had been an extra in my own life, a character with no identity and no name, just a bully in a group of clowns. Swiping away dried barf, I started to realize something was very wrong. I wasn't supposed to feel this foggy-headed. Inside that room, none of us spoke. Nate tried to, but he was told to shut up. He started with, I don't mean to freak anybody out, but... Jack snapped at him to shut up. He didn't speak again, though I was sure he was going to come out with exactly what I was feeling, what we were all feeling. From my place sitting on the floor cross-legged on cold concrete, I felt sick to my stomach. Reality was starting to hit, and it was hitting hard. But reality didn't feel real. The months leading to that exact moment felt fake, like I hadn't even lived them, like my body had been on autopilot. We had killed Mrs. Westerfield. I caught the others' frightened looks. But how? Did we really kill her through our stupid prank? I thought about saying something because every time I tried to go back to that memory, to me standing over her body giggling like a maniac, something felt wrong. Like somebody had reached into my brain and threaded their way through my thoughts. The group of us were let go eventually. Mrs. Westerfield's family had decided to not press charges and we were free to go. But walking out felt wrong. I still felt like a murderer even if I hadn't technically done anything. Sure, it was a stupid prank that went way too far, but when I really thought about it, we had bullied our teacher to death. In this endless trance that I barely remember being in, we had been ruthless, cruel bullies. It wasn't just the fake zombie outbreak. We had made her life miserable. When I tried to think of what exactly we had done, however, I had either suppressed or forgotten completely. Things got quiet after her death. We stopped hanging out altogether, and some of our parents insisted that we attend therapy while others were grounded or worse, beaten. It was never officially said, but when Casper Croft walked into class with a blooming bruise under his eye, it didn't take us long to figure out what was going on. We started to slowly unravel as a group. Olivia started muttering to herself in the middle of class, swatting at imaginary flies. Jack kept getting answers wrong. Initially, he just scuffed up certain sums and calculations. He answered palm tree to a basic math equation, and then rabbit when he was asked if he was okay. When he was questioned, Jack acted like he didn't say anything weird, insisting that he had said the answer. Nate went back to hiding behind his hood and corking his headphones in. However, I noticed him wiping his hands on the front of his shirt a lot. It started off normally enough before he had started doing it frequently, and it's not even like he had noticed himself. Otis Mears, who sat near him, commented on it, and Nate just looked at him like he had grown an additional limb. We didn't talk about any of it. Not the strange blanks that we couldn't explain or our classmates acting weird. I'm sure we wanted to, but it's not like the adults or our classmates would believe us. They just threw phrases like PTSD and trauma right in our faces. Mrs. Westerfield was replaced by a man who had probably survived the Spanish flu. This time, there were no jokes or pranks. We stayed silent and had to be forced to speak. The spell had been broken and we were left confused and guilty of an indirect murder without consequences. I guess we had made an unspoken pact not to say anything and ride it out until graduation. Our new teacher was called Mr. Hart. He was cold and snappy, complaining that we weren't lively enough. One day he said that we would be doing a specialized test on a Saturday morning. I thought that the others would protest, but they just nodded, almost in a daze, like this could finally be some kind of punishment. I remember my mom's look of confusion over breakfast. I don't think that I've ever heard of a test on a Saturday, she said through a mouthful of orange juice. Ironically, after indirectly murdering my teacher, I kind of got my mom back. She started working less and paying more attention to what I was doing. Maybe mom thought that I was planning on becoming some mass teacher-killing psychopath. She drove me to school and spent the whole car ride reminding me college wasn't far away, and that juvie would ruin my life. I sarcastically let her know that Mrs. Westerfield was my last victim. So, are you ever going to tell me about what happened? She pushed. Ever since our teacher's death, Mom had been trying to understand. But I didn't have an explanation except, I'm pretty sure that I was under a spell. Like drugs, Mom twisted to me so fast that I thought she was going to crash the car. No, I said. I mean actual magic. I looked up from mindlessly skimming through barely loaded videos.
Hopefully
the
they
4G
stay
signal
there.
sucked where we lived. Magic. Mom turned back to the wheel with a scoff. Sweetie, that is disrespectful to the deceased. You can't just say your teacher was a witch. Something cold crept down my spine, and for the first time in a while my blood boiled. I knew she wouldn't understand, and that's why I didn't dare tell her the truth. I had been having nightmares about that exact day, but each nightmare was a different scenario. In some of them, I was holding a knife grinning down at my teacher's body, while others I watched my cohort scoop her insides from her body with their bare hands, bathing themselves in it. Looking down at my hands, they were slick scarlet. Blinking rapidly, I swiped them on my jeans. Maybe I did need therapy after all. I shook my head of the dream that continued to creep on me. You're supposed to forget your nightmares, but this one wouldn't leave me alone. It felt almost as real as reality, and I had found myself pinching myself on multiple occasions. Well, how do you expect me to explain it? I snapped. How am I supposed to explain not being in full control of myself, Mom? Her gaze didn't leave the road. Can you expand on the not being in control of yourself? I don't know, I admitted. I had a brain blank. The next thing that I knew, I was being hauled into the sheriff's office and my math teacher was dead. Don't say it like that. What else do you want me to say? She was dead, Mom. I came to at the sheriff's station and they told me that she was dead. I caught the rhythmic beat of her fingers on the steering wheel. Mom was pissed. So you were taking drugs? Her voice grew shrill. You blanked out the ordeal completely. No, that's not what I'm trying to tell you, I gritted out. You know Nate Isaacs, right? The mayor's son. I straightened up. Yes, Nate wasn't acting like his usual self. He was acting like a kid, Mom. I keep telling you it's like we were under a spell. Nate doesn't do stuff like that. His father is the mayor. I mean, why would he act like that? I don't know. He reads boring books with bad titles and looks down on the rest of us for breathing. He said like 3 words since freshman year, and I think she did something to him. I didn't realize that I was shouting until Mom held up her hand for me to lower my voice. Can't you see what I'm saying? He started pain fights. He stuck toilet paper to the classroom ceiling and glued a card on his face just to get a reaction out of her. That wasn't him. Mom stopped at a red light. You think your dead teacher cast a spell on your classmate to make him bully her? Yes. I caught her words and then her darkening expression. Outside, I glimpsed Haley Derry walking to school, kicking through fall leaves. She was nodding her head to music corked in her ears, her ponytail bouncing up and down. Wait, no, you're twisting my words. Uh-huh. I slumped in my seat. You don't believe me, so what's the point? I believe that you have an imagination. Mom rolled her eyes. Seriously, though, I can't understand that you thought you were having fun. But that poor woman was probably suffering, she sighed. I wish you were mature enough to realize that what you were doing was wrong. I bit back a groan. What would you say if I told you that I could barely remember the last few months? Well, then I would send you to a doctor, sweetie. Okay, I nodded. Well, I doubt a doctor would be able to diagnose me as being under some crazy magic spell. Mom sent me a sharp look. Noah, you're being ridiculous. If you were in fact taking drugs, you can tell me. I won't be mad. She caught herself. Okay, I will be mad, but at least I'll have an explanation as to why my son has gone completely off the rails and killed a teacher. She did that thing she always did when her lip wobbled and I was expected to feel guilty. Do you even realize what you put me through? Mom exhaled. I had a feeling weeks of pent-up frustration and fake smiles had led up to this. Mom wouldn't even look me in the eye when she bailed me out. I had to take time off and explain to my boss that my 17-year-old son had bullied his math teacher to a heart attack. Do you even understand what you've done? She was crying and then I found myself attempting to console her before she shoved me away. You should know right from wrong by now. She tightened her grip on the wheel. You've forgotten your contact lenses, Mom said. You know you get migraines when you don't wear them. I'm fine. That was a lie. I couldn't see anything without my contacts or glasses. I dropped my phone in my lap, my gaze flitting to fall leaves strewn across the sidewalk outside. You asked me to explain what happened to me and that's it. I don't remember half the stuff I did, and when I try to recall it, it's like picking through a dream. I don't know why I stuck toilet paper everywhere. I don't know why I poured aquarium water into her bag or pretended to be a zombie. It's messed up. Anyway, you didn't even care what I was doing until a few weeks ago. It took me accidentally murdering my teacher with my class for you to give a crap about me and look up from Candy Crush. Noah. I crumpled in my seat. Oh, sorry, Farmville. Noah, look at me. I did, turning to my frazzled-looking mother whose eyes were shadowed with sleep circles. You keep talking about how it affected you. You haven't once mentioned your teacher's family or Mrs. Westerfield's feelings. You didn't even ask to offer your grievances. I'm sure that would go well. It's not that you didn't go, Noah, it's that you never even offered. That the thought never crossed your mind. Mom didn't sound angry, she sounded upset. I hated when she got upset because my facade started to crumble too. I wanted her to understand that I thought I was going crazy and that I wasn't a bad person. I had been trying to convince myself of a lot of things, that I wasn't crazy or that I had no ill intent towards my teacher. Except I didn't know. This version of me that had been living my life, casually bullying Mrs. Westerfield, was like a shadow, a shell with my face. I was starting to spiral. I found myself rubbing my hands on my jeans, my stomach twisting, chest tightening. I had to get it off was all I could think. I had to get it off. I felt filthy and wrong, and every time I dared glance down my hands, they felt wet and warm. Before Mom could give me a grand speech on getting help, I climbed out of the car and slammed the door shut before she could wind the window down. I saw her attempt to try and say something, but Mom just turned back to the wheel, her expression crumbling. She drove away before I could tell her that I was terrified of my own mind and what I had really done to my teacher. Because the terrifying reality was that we didn't know. All we knew was that she was dead and the family didn't want to disclose any details. When I arrived at the school's gate, a security guard let me in. Odd, I don't think I had ever seen security. But it was a Saturday, so I figured I was just ignorant in a sea full of kids who thought the world revolved around them. When I was walking through the automatic doors, though, I glimpsed a large truck reversing into the parking lot. It looked like the school was getting some work done. I signed in at the main reception and was directed to the main auditorium. The school was eerie on a Saturday. It was darker somehow, light fixtures flickering over my head as I headed to my locker to dump my backpack and phone. The instructions were to leave all of our stuff in our usual locker and then head down to the auditorium. I was headed towards the staircase when a classroom door rattled once before going still. In the eerie silence of the hallway, shivers crept their way down my spine. I had a moment of, oh crap, is there somebody in there? And then remembered the janitor most likely did a deep clean of the campus on weekends. Still though, I found my gaze flicking to my hands expecting to see bright red. But no, they were just my hands, so why did I feel filthy? Why did I feel like something was caked into my fingernails? Before I could spiral into that territory, I made myself scarce, navigating my way to the auditorium with a twist in my gut. I couldn't stop thinking about that classroom door, the way that it had rattled once as if somebody had slammed their fists into it once, and then what? The hall was already filling up with my class when I entered and slumped into my seat right at the back. Nate was missing from his usual place near me. I hadn't seen the dude in a few days. There was a flu going around, though Nate wasn't one to miss classes. Olivia Reese was sitting in front of me. When I walked in, I saw her scratching at her arms and then bending down to claw at her legs. The skin of her arm was flushed red when she raised her hand, lips curled into a scowl. "Why are the blinds closed?" she demanded, tapping her feet against her chair leg. I had been wondering that too, because something was definitely going on outside. Mr. Hart was standing at the front, sorting through papers with a pair of white rubber gloves. Our teacher had been a germ freak, so it wasn't out of the ordinary for him to be wearing gloves. His wrinkled eyes were shaded with a pair of expensive-looking glasses with colored lenses. Mr. Hart never wore glasses. When he lifted his head, his lip quirked into a rare smile. "Do you want to be distracted, Olivia?" She shrugged. "I want to see the outside." The girl scratched at her arm again. "I'm not getting any vitamin D sitting in a dark room. I'm actually vitamin D deficient." The teacher nodded. "Well, you can get a note from your mother and I'll move you to a room with sunlight streaming through the windows in the next test." But can we go to the bathroom?" Jack spoke up from the front. He had already offered to hand out the test papers only to be immediately shut down. Because I heard last year some kid from Australia held it in for the whole class and his bladder exploded. Like literally. He had to be airlifted to the ER. Yes. Mr. Hart began handing out papers, and a dull pain split down the back of my skull. A migraine. I could feel it brewing, glimmers of light bleeding across my vision. My teacher's voice felt like a knife digging into my head. Something prickled on my arm, a stray bug skittering across my skin. I brushed it off, swallowing a cry. Bugs? Was there some kind of infestation? If you need the bathroom, you can go. I didn't realize that I had dropped my head onto the cool wood of my desk until a voice had brought me back to fruition. My thoughts were swimming. You may begin, Mr. Hart announced. Except I couldn't concentrate. I was covered in bugs, but every time that I looked, there was nothing there. I could feel them. I could feel their phantom skittering legs running up and down my legs and arms, creeping across my face and filling my mouth. And the pain in my head was worsening, no longer a dull thud that I could ignore. The test began. At least I think it did. The room went silent. I was trying to blink away the sharp lights blooming into my vision. My migraines weren't usually this bad. Noah, are you sick? I looked up, blinking rapidly. There was a shadow looming over me and Mr. Hart holding my test paper. Not really, I managed to get out. I have a migraine. That's not an excuse. My teacher slapped down the paper. If you do not complete the test, you'll be suspended. The man's words didn't feel real, his voice white noise. There was just the pain in the back of my eyes and splitting my skull open. I blinked again and the shadow with Mr. Hart's voice blurred into one confusing mix of color. I can't see, I said. I can't read the test, so what do you expect me to do? To avoid being suspended, I expect you to grin and bear it. I nodded and tried to smile, snatching the test paper off of the man. Fine. When he walked away, I bowed my head to appear like I was writing, when in reality I had my eyes squeezed shut in an attempt to chase away the light show going off in the backs of my eyelids. I don't think I fell asleep, though it felt like I did. I was back inside my math classroom in my zombie makeup, laughing hysterically over the body of Mrs. Westerfield. When something screamed, no, not a voice, it was a sound. The world spun around and round as I dropped to my knees, my hands pressed over my ears, the pressure slamming into my head. Peeling back my hands, my palms were wet and sticky, bright scarlet trickling down my fingers. I was screaming into the floor when it stopped. A voice sounded, but I didn't recognize it. The doors flew open, figures streaming through, and I was being dragged to my feet. Jack was standing in front of me, his lips stretched into a wide grin. Nate, Olivia, Otis, all of them laughing, their faces, hands, and fingers stained red. The figures around us did not have faces. I could feel their hands, grabbing a hold of my arms and pinning them behind my back. This time, we were covered in Mrs. Westerfield. The sound of a pencil hitting the floor snapped me out of it, bringing me back to the present. Sitting in the auditorium, my stomach trying to projectile into my throat. I could still hear that sound, faded but still there, slowly bleeding its way into my brain. Not real, I told myself. It wasn't real, but I couldn't be sure. Whatever this was, it was either psychosis or memories that I had either made up myself or suppressed. I had my head buried in my arms, a drool pooling down my chin. I'm not sure how much time passed before I lifted my head, the pressure at the back of my skull relieving slightly. There were still lights, but I could finally see. In front of me was my paper. After a quick look around, the others were deeply embedded in their tests, so I grabbed my pen. Before I could write my name, however, I caught movement through the door at the front of the auditorium. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, maybe stray shadows in my eyes from my migraine. And yet when I squinted, leaning forward, I could definitely see something. Nate Isaacs. I could glimpse the bright yellow of his jacket. Nate was acting strange, swaying from side to side. It was like he was drunk. When his head slammed into the door and I glimpsed the explosion of red on the glass, I thought back to the rattling classroom door. By now, the rest of the class had noticed Nate. Mr. Hart. Olivia's voice broke around the ladder of his name. She didn't seem to notice our disgruntled classmate. I can't read the last question. Look at the question, Olivia. I am, but it's all squiggly. Another bang at the door as Nate slammed his head into it, this time stumbling his way through. He didn't look like Nate. He looked almost rabid, a bloody surgical mask over his mouth. In front of me, Olivia screamed and Jack leapt up with a yell. The rest of the class were frozen, their gazes glued to the boy. We were all seeing this, right? I think that was the question hanging in the air. Nate, the class joker and our former leader, was covered in blood, his jacket sleeves stained revealing scarlet. His crown of dark blonde curls was bowed, only for his head to finally snap up. This time I was the one who cried out, but my shriek had caught in my throat. Nate's entire face was drooped to one side, eyes half-lidded and vacant. When he pulled back his mask, his teeth gritted together in a vicious, animalistic snarl. I could see the bite on his arm, teeth marks denting his flesh. The world around me seemed to stop when Nate stumbled forward, swaying side to side, a feeble groan escaping his lips. Somehow I was seeing a real-life zombie in front of me, and my mind was replaying my teacher's death like a stuck record. I could feel myself slowly skirting back on my chair, my gaze snapping to Mr. Hart, who wasn't paying attention. Instead, he was sitting silently, shaded eyes on a pile of papers that he was signing. Jack was the first one to speak in a shrill yell when Nate crashed through an empty desk. Mr. Hart, what's going on? The teacher ignored us, ignored the violent crash of desks flying forward. It took me half a minute to remember how to move, jumping to my feet and staggering back. Nate's expression was blank, lips contorted like he was trying to move them. I didn't know how to use a weapon. Until 5 minutes ago, zombies were fictional. I wasn't moving fast enough. Nate's head lolled to the side, empty eyes slowly drinking me in. He was lunging at me before I knew what was happening. His speed didn't make sense, fingernails gripping hold of my collar and forcing me backward. In the corner of my eye, Jack made for the door. He yanked at it, letting out a frustrated yell. It's locked. I was half aware of Olivia trying to grasp hold of the feral boy, but she was too scared to touch him. His weight crashed into me and I found myself suffocated under strength that he shouldn't have. When Nate's gnashing teeth went for my throat, I forgot how to breathe. But he wasn't biting me, instead gnawing at my shirt collar. His hands clawing at my arm were trembling, breathing tickling my face. He was frightened, struggling for breath. I should have noticed it, but my mind was screaming zombies. There was something dripping down his forehead and beads of red pulling down his face. Now that he was closer, I could see bandages wrapped around his head, where something had been forced into the back of his skull. He was covered in blood. His jacket, however, was soaked in something else. It had a distinct smell. Tomato sauce. Nate's lips grazed my ear and I dropped to the ground when he told me to. I cried out audibly when he jerked his head to the camera mounted on the ceiling. We're screwed. His voice came out in a slurred giggle. His breathing was labored, his body jolting like he had suffered an electric shock. Bright red dripping from his nose and ears. But not from the bite, I thought dizzily. Because the zombie bite in his arm wasn't real. The intrusion in the back of his skull, however, which had been clumsily wrapped with bandages, was real, causing slurred speech. Nate Isaacs was not zombified. He was dying. They're watching us, Nate whispered into my neck. I could feel his jaw clenching, teeth working like he was ripping out my throat. Play along. Before I could reply, he slowly got to his feet, swaying off balance. I blinked and I was back inside my math classroom lying on a desk. I couldn't move. This time, Mrs. Westerfield was the one looming over me, lips curled into a small smile, her gloved hands dripping, like she had soaked them in paint. Drop. Nate's croak snapped me back to reality, and all around me, my classmates were falling like dominoes. Olivia fell to her knees and slumped onto her stomach, and Jack fell backward, crashing into a desk. Nate straightened up like his puppet strings were being pulled, slowly inclining his head. Play along, he told me. And so I did, slowly lowering myself to the floor, pressing my face into my arms to suffocate my sharp gasp for breath. I found myself stewing in silence before the intercom crackled overhead. You worked for the government? Nate's voice was a choked laugh. I remembered that exact day he was sent out of the classroom for calling her a liar. His voice was being projected across the auditorium, like we had been the joke the whole time. I risked looking up. The present Nate wasn't reacting to his own voice. His eyes were half lidded, half lolling to the side. Looking to my left, Jack was completely out of it. Wait, no, I caught movement, his fingers curling slightly. No, he was still awake, but he couldn't move. Do you kids know the science behind bullying? I should have been surprised by my dead teacher's voice coming through the intercom and her usual nasal screech.
So,
though my
I have to do a little bit more here,
because
like, it's like an hour or a half an hour type of deal here for me to continue doing that. Like, I could go start learning Wailing Caverns, I guess, now. I can't do any more RFC, but I'm pretty sure I can do any other dungeon, so I guess I'll try and figure out a run for Wailing Caverns. I think there was like an Amphi thing where Amphi's doing this, make like huge amounts of gold per hour. There's probably way more than what I'm making here at RFC right now, so.
They're contagious, though it depends on how exactly they spread. I didn't realize that I was crawling across the floor trying to reach.
Actually, I should probably do like Warsong Gold shit, because there's gonna be stuff I want. I want more armor. I'll have like almost, more stamina. I'll have like 800 stamina. Plus we have so much intellect. 50% of this is 61.5 armor is what I'd be getting. I don't exactly know what I've got. I don't know if that's huge, but I mean, it would help me survive that much more better, I'd imagine. So I think we'll call it here. It's been like 4.5 hours of me just like figuring out what can I pull for RFC, and I'll figure it out for like various other dungeons. So once you get more gear, you can like do better pulls type of deal, because I'm pretty sure that's how it's worked here. There's like definitely shit where I've got more stam from like the things I bought. I made like at least 10 gold today type of deal. Maybe buy another volcanic ring from like, and sacrifice this 8 stam that I get from Seal Savannahs, maybe. Or maybe start to learn how to solo dead mines up to the rare spawn, I believe. We'll see, we'll see. Well, we'll also get more powerful the next BFD I do on this character. Like, we got like a new wand, a new offhand, and a new, like, the fucking best in slot shaman tank dagger, but on this guy. I was kind of hoping for the epic stat, but you know, that'll come when it comes. I haven't seen it drop yet. I've seen the epic sword and the epic crossbow drop from last boss. Call it a stream here, yeah, I'm thinking, right here. Yeah, we're making gold, getting our gold makers stronger. We've like definitely got almost everything else upgraded today. Besides, I need one more ring to fully upgrade this, and then I guess engineering maybe. If I get enough gold, I'll do enough engineering to get like Tiger's Eye or Shadow goggles type of deal. And we got to do some PvP on this guy for neck piece and for the trinket. There's also like a ring with spell power on it. Spell power and like which is like healing and damage.
His expression twisted like the words themselves had caused him agony.
Thanks for tuning in, learning with me.
Reacting to his order. Activation. Our teacher continued ignoring me.